All the way Virginia, bitch.
I'm white, you know? I'm white.
God-awful bunch of malcontents. I hope you all kill each other.
Oh, fart nigger.
The Almighty says, don't change the subject, just answer the fucking question.
And there will be gorilla shit all over the Omni.
Oh, you sound racist. Good. Yes. Yes, I am.
Wow.
I'm very obviously gay. I look at him and I'm like, well, you're gay.
Nobody's saying you can't own a gun. Nobody's even saying you can't carry a gun. All we're saying is you can't carry a gun in town.
Well, why you do it then, baby Billy? Well, 'cause I'm selfless.
In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme. We're too wild. We're too out of control. We're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Oh, I'm just a bouncing little fat boy wearing a red shirt who hasn't shaved this morning and is regretting that decision. I feel like shit, I look like shit, but we're going to have a great show. Why? Because Johnny's dead. No, I'm kidding. Stop. Stop it. Do not reward that. Do not laugh at that. That was not funny. Welcome to the show. Happy, Mike Go is calling it Happy Wetback Day in the chat. I would never say something like that. That's disgusting. I just got a notification for the first time in months from YouTube that I'm live. And then I start with Happy Wetback. I'm not getting notifications ever again. Hit thumbs up, hit like. Thank you guys very much. What a wonderful show we have for you today. I'm doing 2 experiments on the toe. I'm doing the entire show with a rubber thumb up my ass. We'll see how it works. And the other 2 experiments we're doing, it's no secret. And thank you to the evening show. They got that miss from yesterday morning down quite a bit. If you guys go over by 100 today, you're getting an extra 30 minutes of time. Also, 100 memberships away from 700 and no lost memberships for 2 days, today and tomorrow. So we have a chance to get to that elusive 700 memberships. Couple of experiment announcements. It's no secret that Monday through Wednesdays have struggled more than any shows have ever struggled in the history of this show. I mean, it's been about 2 weeks. Sanford Son was so gracious last Monday, but I think that was those were like $200 in pity contributions to knock it out. We would have had a record-breaking loss otherwise. A legit bell-to-bell W on a Monday through Wednesday show. It's been about 2 weeks. Now, the evening show has more than compensated. The Thursday shows are more than compensated, but you can't count on that. You know, you got to spread things out, make them even, so it's sustainable like we've been for 6 years. So I had a conversation with Johnny yesterday. He told me he was not doing well physically. He told me that he's not in the right headspace. He doesn't feel like he's doing well on the show or whatever. He even offered to quit. I don't want Johnny to quit. Johnny stuck with this show through thick and thin, divorce, all that stuff. Johnny has a job here. He's going to have to be the one who leaves. I'm never going to get rid of Johnny. But I did tell him, I go, let's shake things up tomorrow. Let's see how it goes. Let's just do a little experiment. I said, I made it very clear. I said, this is not a reflection of your performance. I'm the host of the show. It falls on me. But as the host of the show and as it falls on me, I can't keep disappointing the audience and then not doing anything about it. So I said, well, let's try something. Why don't you take the day off? You rest up tomorrow. I also said, if you're not feeling well ever, don't do the show that day. Because if he's not feeling well and he can't perform and he's not doing well, that drags my performance down as well. And I feel like I'm sucking shit. Like when you have a co-host of a show and they don't seem into it, you're like, oh shit, I'm boring them. Oh shit, I picked the wrong stuff. Oh shit, I'm not being funny. You internalize all of that stuff. So I said, if you're never not feeling well, I'm going to do a better show on my own that day. I promise you, I will be fine. I've done this show by myself a lot. And so I said, don't ever feel like you're letting me down. You're always going to get paid. Take the day. I'd rather do the show by myself, kind of make the chat the co-host a little bit, rather than have you dragging ass and make me feel like I'm doing shitty. So I said, don't ever feel afraid to take a day off. And I understand that because I'm like that. I also said, maybe people are getting burnt out of our dynamic 3 days in a row, 3 days a week. So I said, maybe we break it up. So I said, take Tuesday off. We'll see how it goes. Now, it could prove my point that it's a me issue and not a Johnny issue Monday through Wednesday. That it's my performance. And today we could have our biggest miss we've ever had. Or it could do very well, and maybe we're right. Maybe it's a burnout issue. We are talking to 3 or 4 different places about becoming a sponsor of a second Oz Day, and perhaps we do Johnny Monday, Wednesday, and Oz Tuesday, Thursday, and that breaks it up kind of nice. I like that. So we've got some ideas. The other experiment we're doing today is I have no energy drink. I didn't grab one yesterday. I usually buy a 6-pack of Bubbler at the start of the week. I did not do that. So I am flying on water, God's nectar, water alone. Although because I'm a flavor boy, I did put some raspberry lemonade, the squeezy stuff. The squeezy stuff, and you stir it in there. I have a question because I haven't researched this at all, but I'm assuming that shit is really bad for you. I'm assuming that shit's all chemicals and it's bad. Does anyone have any info on that? Because I feel like I've been drinking this stuff for the last week and I feel very bloated. I don't know if it's from that. I'm not sure. In the chat, let me know. So I'm doing an experiment of no liquid cocaine in my system and no Johnny today. We've got a great show. We've got a ton to talk about. I have been waiting for something for a long time, my period. And that is for the Minnesota media to start intimating or hinting that simply liking the old Minnesota flag more than the new Somali-themed Minnesota flag is either racist or Republican. It's kind of like the Israel-Gaza conflict where you must be a lib if you don't like Israel. And then, you just must be anti-Semitic if you don't like Israel. Now with it can't just be that you believe they're committing a genocide and their government's evil. That can't be it. It has to be more than that. The flag issue, I'm waiting for that to become a similar deal where if you like the old flag, you must just be Republican and racist. I don't know what race would have to do with it. Other than they think that the Native American is misrepresented. But it's it's a painting of the 1800s. That's how they were in the 1800s. And then if you like the new Somali flag, you must be a Somali-loving lib. So we've got, I think Fox 9 might have started that conversation yesterday. We've also got some fraud talk. Canada, there's a problem in Canada, apparently, with Indian migrants doing their laundry in the river. We'll talk about that a little later on. Diversity's our strength. And you just got Indians washing their clothes in a dirty way. Hey, at least he's not shitting on it. You know, you got to take the good with the bad. We've also got some fraud coverage we've got to get to. Minnesota sent $67 million to 9 daycare centers that were raided by federal agents. A Texas father that shot a carjacker that was attempting to steal his car. This is a good fighting back against crime story. I'm worried that if you did this in Minnesota, you'd go to jail. Ted Cruz says the biggest problem in America right now is anti-Semitism because, of course, he thinks that. And then we've got to talk about this cruise ship where, like, people are dropping dead. Like, I think 3 people now have died on a cruise ship where they have hantavirus. Now, do you know what hantavirus is? Hantavirus is a disease you get from rat shit. So there's a cruise ship. You inhale or you ingest rat shit or rat piss. So I'm going to guess this is a Carnival cruise. And they've got rats stowing away on the boat, and they're shitting and pissing, and people are ingesting it. And 3 people have died. SP and I never want to do a cruise already, but now hearing about the poop cruise and then hearing about hantavirus and all this other stuff, I'm never going on one of those fucking boats, man. I don't like feeling like a little kid on vacation where, like, they tell you where to go, like you dock, and then they go, oh, come back at this time. It's like, fuck you, wait for me. You know, I'm on vacation, motherfucker. And then, like, oh, here's where this room is to do this, and here's where that. I don't want to do that. I want to be free to roam about the area, to observe, to explore on my own, and to not die from rat piss and shit disease. That would be a good one, too. So we have a great show for you today. I'm very excited. Let's start with the contributions. If the contributions come in hot and heavy, that means the experiment is going well. If they don't, oh, that means we're in hot trouble. JD Straight Shot with $5 says we need to report every channel that has messed with Karmic. Getting his channel removed was a bad idea, lowlifes. I saw that on Twitter. It's trending. YouTube bans Karmic X live channel over harassment allegations. Now, JD, I don't think anybody reported him. He goes on every one of his streams, or at least every one that I've seen. And he's constantly yelling at people and threatening people and saying awful, like, usually you get in trouble because you're harassing the creator or whatever. You're spamming their chat. You're just being overall unhinged and psychotic, and they got to cut you loose. This is one of the first times I've seen a YouTuber attacking his own audience to the point where YouTube bans him from the platform. Now, I don't think he got 3 strikes. They just went from 0 strikes to you're gone. And now Karmic is on Rumble and he's on Twitter. And then that fucking mutant Tukey says everybody go subscribe to Karmic's Rumble. And he's made fun of Karmic more, just about as much as anybody else. And Karmic's like crying his eyeballs out on Rumble about it. Meanwhile, we've rated Karmic and given him like 500-600 people, the biggest audiences he's ever had in his life. And he yells at me every time for it. He calls me boy. That's what he calls me. He calls me coon. N-word. I didn't land on Karmic X. Karmic X landed on us. We've been hoodwinked, led astray, bamboozled, run amok. I raid the guy all the time, and then he gets mad at our audience because we try to have a little fun with him. Like, hey, Karmic, how's it going? Why don't you guys get the fuck out of here? I'm like, what? We're trying to say. And then I just say, hey, I'm your tribal chief. Acknowledge me. Why don't you get out of here, Imholt? You're a piece of shit. Just trying to help, brother. Just trying to help. So, no, I don't think anybody got his channel removed. I think he's a fucking lunatic. And I think he just yelled at enough people and had enough emotional breakdowns where YouTube said, yeah, you know what? I'd rather not. This is like a sober, only use me blade. I'm done with. Although he's not really ever that sober, is he? You're all just a piece of shit. I'm going to beat the shit out of you. And I hope all of you die. And it's like he does that every stream. He starts out like, hi, everybody. It's good to see you. I'm glad you're here. We're going to have a good time today. And like never fails 30, 40 minutes in. What the fuck is wrong with this world? I'm going to get all of you motherfuckers. You're all pieces of shit. You're a bitch. You can suck my dick, Goldfold, you piece of shit. I'll beat the shit. And like he just starts yelling and threatening at people. It's like, I'm sorry, but if YouTube catches wind that you're doing that kind of shit, they're going to ban you. That's just. So JD Straight Shot, I respectfully, not necessarily disagree. I disagree with your premise. I don't think anybody messed with Karmic. I think Karmic got himself banned for generally being a paranoid schizophrenic lunatic on the internet. It happens from time to time. Let's go to the rest of the audience here. Oh my God. Oh no. Oh God, this is what I was worried about. Okay. Thank you very much to Charger for $10. He says, I hope you have a good show today. Thank you very much, Charger. Appreciate it. Looks like we might be living in the chat today. It's busy to start the program. You guys know how it works. Mike Go gifting a membership. Thank you very much. That puts us 99 memberships away from 700. Let's see how close we... look, I'm not saying you guys are going to get to 700 memberships today. That would be fucking insane. But let's see how close we can get. Well, we got 4 shows in the next 2 days. Let's get 25 each day or each show and see if we could knock it out. Coltrane says, donate for Johnny Dead Day. It's not Johnny Dead Day. Don't say that. Toe can't afford losing the handicap bonus. I don't get a handicap bonus. There's no... If there is a handicap bonus, I've been missing out on it for 6 years now, and I need to talk to the IRS to get a little extra money back. Johnny is converting to Islam and moving to Somalia. I hear the healthcare is great. Cocktiff says, get Scarlett on. Money will pour in. Scarlett is the Tuesday co-host. Do you think she'd do... I mean, if she'd do it on the finger, don't make a thing out of that. If Scarlett, we'll talk. We'll talk business. This is very nice. God's Love says, good morning. Jesus Christ loves you. If you enjoy Christian content, check out this account. I follow back. Ooh, that's kind of slutty for a God channel. Huh? Come on, I ain't no follow back girl. You follow me because you like my content. Look at you, God's Love. God's love. Look at that in the Rumble chat. I'm way behind in the Rumble chat, so I paused it here. Look at God's Love right there. I follow back. That's like the internet version of I swallow. God's Love, you are being catty, you little scamp. Scousco says, you mean we all found out you're Sanford's son? Yes, I'm Sanford's son. I forgot about that one. Are You Really Awake says, Best Rumble Award 2026 goes to this streamer. Oh my God, you guys. I won an award. I won the award for Best Streamer of 2026. I just want to say thank you to everyone who made this possible. I just appreciate it so much. And everybody who voted for me. This is a dream come true. I left Rockin' 101 with 2 bad knees and dreams of becoming an internet streamer. And I thank God that dream came true. God. Thank you. Are you really awake? Coltrane with $1 says, Johnny is self-aware. Well done, Johnny. Well, God, I mean, if you got MS, you know when you don't feel well. You know when you don't feel well. Packerbacker says, not sure it's the host. It's $60 to fill up a car that used to be $25. Here's the thing. That's why I don't blame anyone for cutting back contributions to the show. Oh my God. But I'm not going to use that as an excuse because that always sounds like cope. Even if it's a fact, even if it's reality, it still sounds like cope. I take responsibility. It's on me when things don't work out, but it's then also on me to make the necessary changes. Thank you very much, Easy Money's wife, for gifting a membership. Uh-oh. We're off to a good start today, guys. They're saying, yes, this shit I put in my water is very bad for you. It's just flavor concentrate. Coltrane says, I get the Crystal Light packets, and they definitely aren't good for you. Uh-oh. Bigot on socialist media says, probably should go down to a half a stick of Celsius a day before trying to quit it. Yeah, I'm quitting cold turkey today. It's going to get weird. Veldrain with $1 says, a person who is wet and has a back that is wet, I don't see how that is racist. Swimming is a common way of getting wet, especially when trying to enter a country illegally. Still, not racist. Sieg Kreutz says this is Toe's pre-period bloat. Oh, you know what I've been trying to convince myself of? Because I've been going to the gym like 6 of the last 8 days. I've been convincing myself that, I've stopped like just straight up running 3 miles on a flat treadmill. And when I do cardio, I do 3 miles over 30 minutes, but I do intervals of like 3.5 mile per hour walks up a 7.0 incline. And then I run, and I don't run on a flat treadmill. I run on a 2.0 incline. And I've convinced myself that my legs are just getting really strong, and that's what's causing my weight not to go down. Dude, how's that for cope? How do you like that? That's pretty good cope, right? Dude Pest says, ironically, Johnny did a great job yesterday. Highish energy and worked off your jokes quickly. I thought Johnny does fine every day. That's just it. Thank you very much to Miss Tay. Miss Tay dropping $20 on a Tuesday. Says, for Crunchy, this big bitch, Hobo's foreskin, and your love handles. Oh.
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck!
Thank you for the $20, Miss Tay. We appreciate your generosity and my love handles. Thank you. Honestly, comments like that, I shouldn't tip my hand to the audience like this. Comments like that legit make me feel fatter. You know, like in The Nutty Professor when he's going from Buddy Love back to Sherman Klump, and he go, I feel that when she says, hey, Aaron, this is for your love handles. The $20 makes it feel better, but like when she says love handles, my whole like midsection just goes, and I feel like a big fat piggy. Happy Cinco de Mayo. Stephen Bravo says that'll teach them going on cheap cruises. I mean, death will do that to a fella. $1 from Veldrain says the common way to take care of rats on a cruise ship is to make sure there is a McDonald's or Taco Bell on the cruise ship. Hulkamasha Baby says Karmic is a no-talent, bitchy faggot. Wow, that's allegedly. I didn't watch, and I still hate his show from what Aaron plays on here. Oh, no. Oh, no. Siegfried says anti-Semitism laws are a good sign. It means the Jews have lost. Oh, God. Now, how did we get on the Jews? Mike Go with $1 says salute to all the spicks, beaners, and wetbacks out there that fought off those pesky French. Yes, congratulations. It's not racist if you're congratulating them for winning their independence. Wasn't it the Spanish? Never mind. It's not important. Thank you for the $1. Might go. I appreciate it. $1 from Zen Man says, was Karmic the guy that used to broadcast from his basement with the duct tape on his windows that always had beef with you? No, that was Dave 25. But you know what? Now that you mention it, they're kind of similar. Main Vein with $5. Thank you very, very much. Main Vein says, got gas today. $80 only got me 2/3 of a tank. Preach, brother. Before Iran, $68 for a full tank. Fuck Trump's retarded ass. I think 93 was my last fill up. And I don't think it was over $4 yet. It might have been like $3.90 something. Now it's going up more and more. Here's damned by faint praise. Conditioner on my D says Karmic is worse than you. Good riddance. DB Granny says, yay, Johnny finally got sent to the glue factory. That's not true. Johnny is not sent to the glue factory. Johnny may lose a day if this experiment goes well, but that's still up in the air. Thank you very much. I like the way Stephen King said it, a baseball reference. I can understand that. Johnny got designated for assignment. Boom. There you go. So like when a hitter is struggling in the majors, they'll send him down to AAA to beat the living piss out of AAA pitching for a while so he can get his confidence back. And then he comes back hitting again. So what I'm trying to say is Johnny will be the co-host on Karmic for a while until he gets his confidence back. Then we've got, oh man. Thank you guys so much. This chat is fucking bananas this morning. See, when there's lots of donos, I spend a lot of time in the chat trying to keep up with them. DP Granny with $1 says, this is for your Hank Hill ass, Aaron. Gonna carve out the new kid out of the wife today. Yay for future child labor. Congratulations to DP Granny. You're having a kid, buddy. Wow. Congratulations to DP Granny and his lovely wife for having a new child. You've got to be psyched, bud. Congratulations. I love finding out that my audience is human. Ablo Pacheco gifting a membership to Tilt. Thank you very much for these gifted memberships. Very kind of you. We're 97 of those away from 700 now. Thanks a bunch. And you guys are off to a wonderful start this morning. I tell you what, you keep up this pace, we'll be done with this goal bullshit by 7 or 8 o'clock. Taipan with $1 says, about to hit the yard, busy, but will be listening. About to hit the yard. I didn't know that Taipan was in prison. Holy shit, they smuggled you in a phone. 191 Redbird with $1 says, this show has always relied on variations in co-hosts throughout the week. When you married a certain gold-digging slag, and it was downhill from there. I don't remember. Which one are you talking about? JD Straight Shot with $2 says, need to report antisocial. She caused this. Did she really? Is she the one? Is that true that she got Karmic's channel taken down? I don't believe that. I'll be honest. I think Karmic's just been yelling and screaming and threatening people for so long that even Ezekiel thinks that his mind is gone. But he's a man of the land. He's in the discipline. He's got a Bible in his hand and a beard in his chin. But if he finishes all of his chores and you finish thine, then tonight we're going to party like it's $16.99. $5 from Miss Tay says, wishing DP Granny, Mrs. DP Granny, and baby DP Granny a safe delivery. God bless. Yes. Yes. I'm such a estrogen-laden bitch when people are having children. Congratulations. Congrats to you, and congrats to your family. Tim the Toolman Taylor says, you should look up the price of oil per barrel and price of gas through history. Something doesn't add up, even with inflation. But I'm just a dumb construction worker. I don't know. The last time oil was over $100 a barrel that I can remember consistently, it was just before the crash of '08, and gas was about this price. So I know that's anecdotal. We can look it up if you want, but I think that the last time I remember oil being well over 100 like this was mid to late 2008, in the summertime, actually, just before the crash, and it did get this bad. So, again, I remember it that way. Maybe there is. Here, let's look it up real quick for the. You guys have been insanely generous. I should do your bidding. Thank you guys very much for the contributions. We just barely caught up there. By the way, Antisocial could not have reported Karmic's channel. Didn't she have like her innards scooped out with an ice cream scooper or something, or had all of her innards sucked out and she's on a break or something? I don't know. They fucking pulled out her uterus with a log chain or something like that. I don't know. She said she was having some kind of an operation on Twitter. And I don't know. Can they put a conscience in somebody? One of the black dicks got stuck. They had to remove it surgically. That is fucking impressive. That is amazing. And you gotta take time off for that. You gotta let those wounds heal. I mean, you're getting impaled by a lancer. What are you gonna do? So yeah, she had to have some kind of mud shark operation, and she won't be back for a while. So no, I don't think that she struck Karmic's channel. And if she did have Karmic's channel struck, I think the mud shark operation she had to have is probably like cosmic payback, if you will. Let's correlation over time, price of oil, price of gas. Let's take a look. We estimate that $10 rise in the price of a barrel of oil is correlated with an approximately 25-cent increase in the price of a gallon of gasoline, adjusted for taxes and markups, which are relatively constant over time. Here's macrotrends.com, crude oil versus gasoline prices, an interactive chart. I believe this is what you're looking for. It does seem to track. I mean, look, you take a look at that price of gasoline. So the orange is the price of gas, the blue is the price of a barrel of oil. So there you see oil, gasoline. I mean, you got a few spikes in there, but for the most part, look at that. I mean, they are damn near tracing each other, bro. I mean, they're going up, down, up, down, up, down. There is this weird spike here in 2022, but that also could have been COVID inflation. Wait, we were up at 462 during COVID inflation? I don't remember that. 487? Yeah, but that was okay. So oil was at 107.76 and gasoline was at 487. And now, right now, oil's at 99.89. This was last month, and gasoline is at 412. So yeah, it is tracking with one another. You're not being ripped off in that sense. I think the only ripoff there might be is that the amount of days, like if oil goes up, the gas that's in the pump already goes up immediately. And then when the price of oil goes down, it seems like that price of gas comes down a little slower. That's all. Veldrain with $1 says, may your first child be a masculine child. Yes. And then I'm going to get my a knife put through my hand and choked out with piano wire. Redbird with $1 says, adjusting for inflation, Obama-era gas was almost $10 a gallon. It's going to get way worse. Well, that's a lovely thing to say. That is a nice thing for this fine morning. Then we've got Zenman says, yeah, during COVID, I was paying $5.50 a gallon for premium in my Porsche. It sucked. Hey, guys, can everyone right now grab the smallest violin you can find? Can you grab that violin for Zenman and his Porsche and the $5.50 a gallon premium he had to put in his Porsche? You able to tune that sumbitch and play that for him? There we go. World's smallest violin for Ablo Pacheco's Porsche. Perfect. Thank you. Hey, buddy. Thank you for feeling vulnerable enough to share that story with us. JD Straight Shot with $5. Thank you, JD. Says, getting the tards I like to watch kicked off YouTube is unacceptable. I'm not putting up with this kind of behavior. It's unacceptable and un-American. You might literally, JD, you might literally be the most angry person about this karmic thing I've encountered yet. I mean, I would say the vast majority of the opinions of people watching this show are typically, who the fuck is a karmic ex? But you are, I kind of, in a way, I admire your hostility. Zenman says, I got rid of the Porsche, pay $0 for gas now in my Tesla. Yeah, all those electronic car driving queers, they're looking pretty smart now. No doubt about it. Mikey Two Milk says, seriously though, gas in my Corvette is ridiculous. All right, well, we can feel bad for you guys, driving the Porsches and driving the Corvettes, but can we talk about the real victims? How about the people in big boats? How about the people who drive those yachts? How about the people who own those, twin giant engine boats that got to fill up with gas all the time? I mean, don't you feel bad for? Better yet, you know who you should really feel bad for? People with private jets. Can you imagine? Oh my God. I mean, Porsche owners, Corvette owners, obviously we feel terrible for them because they have to put premium in their gas tank. But dude, what about the people with helicopters and planes? Do you know how much gas they have to buy? Those are the real victims in this economy. My name is Aaron Imholt, and this is my entry into the Republican Party. Hobo says, Karmic has been very zesty lately. Well, he's a zesty boy. He's a zesty boy. After all, he did date a man. Tilt says gas in 22 was close to $5. Some areas over $5. That's close enough to COVID. Why do I not remember that? Dude, I totally memory hold expensive gas under Biden. This is wild. Joey Caravello's mommy says, does anyone realize Aaron is grifting you all with the Johnny experiment and you're dumb enough to fall for it? Now, I know that you guys are really dumb, but I don't think you're falling for a grifty experiment. I have missed goals Monday through Wednesday for 2 weeks. I had to make a change. I had to do something. I had to try something. That's like I said earlier today. it could fail in a really big way today. It could fail in a really big way. There's no doubt. But we got to try something and see what happens. All right, guys, let's get into some news today. We're all caught up with your Super Chats and your Rumble Rants and your PayPals and your Venmos and all that stuff. Thank you very much for your generosity. And like I said, kind of what happens today will dictate how we handle Tuesdays going forward. Maybe try bringing Oz in twice a week, says Tarnished Maiden. Tarnished Maiden, that we did talk about that earlier today. I know, it takes a minute for people to filter in, but it does take. We are looking for another sponsor for Oz to give him a second day, to pay him a second day, and the plan. If today goes well, my idea is Johnny Monday, Wednesday, Oz Tuesday, Thursday, and that breaks it up. The other idea, if we fail today, the other idea technically would just kind of be limp along, which is not a good idea. Which is not a good idea. But that would be the other option. All right, guys, let's get after it. Let's talk about the Minnesota flag. Apparently, now, I hope that this is the start of the great political divide, the great fight, because the fight about Somalis and fraud in Minnesota, the thing to divide Republicans and Democrats, to distract them from how bad their government's fucking them. The Somali thing's kind of running out of steam. We had those raids on 22 daycares. It seems like the federal government's on top of it. Personally, I think they're just making a show of it and nothing's going to happen. I don't think the Somali fraud thing's going to get handled. I think too many people in the political class depend on it. Democrats and Republicans work together, remember? And I don't think that the Republicans are going to come down very hard on the Democrats on this. And I think we'll make a big show. We'll go, we're not going to put up with this shit anymore. It'll be just like the housing crisis back in 2008. Remember how mad we were at the banks? All these people got kicked out of their houses. So what did we do? We wrote a $1.2 trillion check with our tax money. And did we give it to the homeowners so they could pay off their house and stay in their homes? No. We gave it to these big banks that made these shitty loans. They got to keep the $1.2 trillion, and then they also got to resell the foreclosed house. So it was a fucking robbery from the poor to the rich. It was one of the most evil things we've ever done. Plus, we quietly let the bank go back to the business of giving out those shitty loans. So nothing changed, and we made a big show of it for politics' sake. Remember the Tea Party and Occupy Wall Street? And we thought, oh my God, we're going to change things. And then the Republicans co-opted the Tea Party and just made them pro-Israel neocons. And the Democrats took the Occupy Wall Street people and co-opted them and made them center-left Democrats like AOC and shit. That's kind of what's going to happen with Minnesota and the fraud thing. Somalis will be ripping us off and committing fraud because Donald Trump lied to you. He's not doing mass deportations. It's never going to happen. He's not going to denaturalize and kick out Somalis. He's not doing it, guys. That's something he told you to get our vote. That's some bullshit he told you to get you excited at rallies. He never had any intention of doing it. One of the first things he said when he got in office is, I'm not doing mass deportations. So, because his corporate billionaire owners like the cheap labor. It's the same reason his administration in the early days was fighting so hard for H-1B visas and why Elon Musk was banning people from Twitter because they dared to criticize the administration on bringing in a bunch of Indians to do a job for 30% less than Americans will with H-1B visas. So, the Trump administration bailed on immigration early on. They got the border under control, which is the equivalent to getting the shit down to shoe level, but you're still standing in shit. So they're not going to do anything about the Somali fraud thing. So we got to pivot to the next thing we're going to fight about because it is an election year here in Minnesota. We're going to elect a new governor, 2 new senators. It's going to be wild here in the state of Minnesota. So what's the thing we're all going to fight about? The flag. Now, we changed our flag to a Somali-looking thing a few years ago, and ever since, people have been really pissed. You see there in the upper right corner, that's the Somali flag. This is the old Minnesota flag. Now, the thing is, some Minnesota towns are now electing to fly this flag in their city instead of this one. So that pisses off Walz and the Democrats because apparently it's any of their business. And they're now threatening to withhold funding from the cities that fly the old flag. Let's take a look.
There is a growing list of Minnesota cities and counties that are reverting to flying the previous 1983 Minnesota state flag. Municipalities are not required by state law to fly one.
Tonight, our So Young Kim takes a look at the history of Minnesota's state flag, plus why a political scientist says the debate signals a much larger cultural divide.
There we go. I told you guys. I told you the flag thing was going to become racist. The flag thing is going to be black, white. It's going to be Republican, Democrat. They're going to frame it that way. They need you to fight about this stuff. It can't just be low energy common sense like, it's kind of stupid. We didn't really need to change the flag. There's no point. No. That needs to be elevated because they're going to slowly give this state away to corporations. Right now, not Vanguard, BlackRock is trying to buy energy, not companies, but energy stations in small town Minnesota. They want to buy up your water treatment and they want to buy up your electricity. And they want to be the sole owner and they want to strip mine it, get rid of all the labor, get rid of all the jobs, automate as much as they can, jack up the rates. When places like BlackRock take over a thing, they cut labor, cut expenditures, and raise as much revenue as they can so they can resell it to somebody and pocket a shitload of money. So what BlackRock is trying to do in Minnesota and other Midwestern states is buy electricity stations, by water treatment plants in these cities, and they don't want you to know about it because they need the support of the council. And people are going to show up at the council and they're not going to want to sell their energy and their water rights to BlackRock. So we got to get them fighting about Somali fraud. We got to get you guys fighting about the flag. And the flag thing can't just be about this flag or that flag. It's got to be black, white. It's got to be Republican, Democrat. It's got to be rural versus urban. The farm boys versus the city slickers. This has to encompass every single minutia of Minnesota life because BlackRock and giant multinational hedge funds and corporations are coming for your water and they're coming for your power and they're going to get it because even if you and I are paying attention and even if you and I are doing our best and we realize this is all gossipy bullshit, that's kind of fun to talk about, but it's not as heavy as they're making it out to be. Even if we know that, they're just going to throw enough of this noise at us that we're going to miss it.
No, it's not.
They've been practicing this for hundreds of years, thousands.
The flag itself. It's about change.
In Minnesota, the state flag has become a rallying point. That's according to Hamline University political science professor David Schultz.
By the way, Hamline is very liberal, very liberal. And Mr. Schultz here, he says that it's all of us are fighting each other, Mr. Schultz says it's actually cultural.
Professor David Schultz.
It's an election year, and it's a way to mobilize your supporters.
We turn to Bill Convery, Director of Research at the Minnesota Historical Society, to walk us through the journey of the Minnesota state flag. The original award-winning version dates back to 18...
Ew, that one's gay. You can see how they built on it, though. Like, that was the original state flag, and then they added a little more farmland, and once we got MS Paint, we put a little engine in there.
93. Minnesota state flag was first changed in 1957.
Although our flag was beautiful, it was very heavy, and because it was made out of silk, very expensive.
Then critics...
Only a gay guy would have that take on it.
Took issue with the depiction of Native Americans. Ugh. So in 1983, the state legislature...
Well, then here, do what Minnesota does best. Just eliminate the Native American. That's what we do. We don't like that there's any... Here's where you can't win with these people. We don't like the way it depicts Native Americans. All right, we'll remove the Native American and keep the rest of the flag. Oh, now you're just going to erase us from the culture? You know who typically doesn't give a shit about this stuff? Native Americans. They don't care. Redskins, Indians, Braves, Chiefs. Oh, man, these are offensive. We need to get rid of them. You know who's leading the charge? Bunch of white ladies that have never watched a day of sports in their life. You ask Native Americans about the old Redskins nickname, they're like, yeah, we don't give a shit. It's not important. I'm going to drag my uncle away from the blackjack table. He's fucked up again. I really don't give a shit what you call a football team.
Made minor changes to how the flag looked and updated the narrative surrounding it.
And that was viewed at the time that the seal was created as a symbol for Native people being forced to leave Minnesota.
That ongoing debate led
We
to
didn't force you to leave. We gave you casinos. By the way, waiting on that. Thank you.
a new, simpler design in 2023, which was adopted as the official state flag 2 years ago.
Fucking Rafiki should be at the top of the flagpole. What the fuck?
There was actually more public input than had ever gone into earlier designs of the flag.
That's great.
Now, Minnesota's state flag is at the center of what experts call a cultural war. Those against the new flag.
For some, the criticism is that it's bland.
No, it's not. That's not. No, it's not that it's bland. Come on. Have some fucking balls, David. Have some balls. It's because it looks Somali as fuck. It looks like the Somali flag. The color schemes are eerily similar.
Or some have even said that it looks too much like it looks like what the Somalian flag.
There you go. And you notice how he puts that though? Some have even said, I don't even want to say it. I'm choking on the words. It looks like the Somalian flag. I'm not seeing it.
Those who accept the new design as the official state flag.
It's a flag that was produced as a result of a commission that adopted it.
It has a star and a stylized shape of Minnesota on the flag. The star on the flag.
You guys seeing the shape of Minnesota? I'm not seeing the. I mean, I guess kind of. I mean, but not really. That's pretty weak, bro. That's a pretty weak representation. I don't know.
Is a traditional 8-pointed star, which you find in Minnesota. We're standing on one of them right now.
And experts say what this...
A Somali person? Get off of them. Let them breathe, you fat prick. I love how they just get two professors to tell us that we're all crazy about the flag instead of like going out on the street and asking people's opinion. That's interesting.
Signals is a larger dynamic of two sides reacting to the rapidly changing makeup of the state.
What's really being fought over at this point,
here we go.
Maybe it's, as Minnesota is becoming much more multicultural, multiracial, it's how do we define the legacy of the state?
There you go, guys. See? You knew that was coming. These angry white racists are mad that there's blacks in their country. Dude, blacks have been coming here for a long time. We got no problem. The Somalis, it's becoming an issue. I'm sorry. They're taking welfare and committing fraud. Some of them at the same time. That's been documented. Documented. It's been proven. But here we go. This is where they're going to... It can't just be that I think your flag is gay and the old flag was fine. Cut the bullshit. It can't be that. We've all got to be racist.
So Young Kim, Fox 9.
Thank you, So Young Kim. We appreciate all your hard work. It's kind of like this war. It can't be that I don't want kids to die. It can't be that I think Gaza's being ethnically cleansed and genocided. That can't be it. You must just hate Jews, apparently. Who knew? I get told that every day. I'm like, hey, genocide is bad. That's not a good thing. We shouldn't be doing that. Oh, so now you just hate Jews. I mean, I didn't think I did, but apparently so. Main Vein with $1 says, you don't remember the Biden I did this stickers on all the gas pumps? Time to buy some Trump ones. I would agree with that. Let's do it. Let's do some I did this stickers. But yeah, now that you mention it, I do remember the Biden I did this stickers. I just don't remember it getting up over $4. I thought it was like a $370, $380 type of deal. It was way over. My bad, man. My bad for memory holding that. Must have really taken a toll on me. Because I just completely turned that right off. Deb Z. Bennett, her response to this story is simply Walls drinks horse semen. What did I tell you guys about the phrase allegedly? I thought we were doing that still. $1 from 191 Redbird says if they can force the flag with the funding through, they've already said Section 8 housing will be coming to a neighborhood near you in 2027. Yeah, there's some kind of law they want to pass about Section 8 housing too, where like cities won't be allowed to vote on it. Like if they decide to put Section 8 housing in your city council, because right now the city councils can go, yeah, no thanks, we're good. Who was it in this area? St. Joseph? I think St. Joseph, Minnesota recently voted and said, yeah, you can respectfully keep that shit out of our town. We're good here. And it's true. St. Joseph is a beautiful town, and it would be a shame if they had Section 8 housing. That's fine. They have 2 universities in St. Joseph. They house enough poor people. They're fine. Although those are private schools, so those probably aren't poor people. Those kids are living pretty good. I hear they have full refrigerators and a meat locker in each dorm room at St. John's. Redbird with $1 says they will turn your ancestors' legacy and your children's birthright to ash in front of you, and they will make you apologize for noticing. That's a great way to put it. That's a great way to put it. Silverwolf with $1 says, to be fair, you had more important life-altering events around that time than gas was high. You know what? That's a good point. I had a lot of shit going on. I had a fucking drug-addicted slag of a wife. I had all kinds of crazy shit going on around me with crazy people. Look, you're right. It was a busy time. God, when I was talking to Alex Stein, I said that to him. He was asking me about how crazy was that. I go, honestly, you look back on it now, it feels like it was a different human being. I feel so removed from it that it feels like it was a different guy, you know? And you're just happy that you are where you are and not back there. The only thing I do sometimes, is I go, God, if I just would have stayed away from her. You know, God, if we just would have, you know, ships passing in the night and never gotten together, probably still be on the radio working on syndication, if not there by now. I mean, her life is definitely better. I mean, if we never meet, both of our lives are probably far better. She doesn't fall into the fucking cult trap that she fell into after I left and then got fucking destroyed. If I had never met her and she had never met me, both of our lives would probably be far better off. Zen Man with $1 says, speaking of Minnesota, how about that illegal alien who is the mayor of St. Paul now? That's an interesting one. Also, speaking of illegal aliens, Governor Walz just pardoned an illegal alien like hours before his deportation. Kind of wild. Darkness Rising says, you're going to be an internet star. It was a blessing. Really? Do they have a lot of internet stars with receding hairlines at 39? If so, a lot of hope. I look at Ethan Klein's success and I go, ooh, he's ugly as fuck. I've got a chance. And then they go, oh, he's a well-connected Jew. They always are. Conditioner on my D says, if not, if you could turn back time, if you could find some way. Chips and Diff says, you still would have been kicked off the radio. No, I wouldn't have. I've told this story before. April and I were listening to a shitload of Red Bar at the time. And I was like, a lot of that Red Bar influence was starting to seep in, and I wanted her to like I was like doing a show that was like, oh, April would laugh at this. This would remind us of like listening to Red Bar or whatever. So we went after that Iowa chick really, really hard on the show. I would have never done that if it wasn't with April and like fucking mainlining Red Bar 100%. So no, I still would I have screwed up somewhere else along the way? Maybe I would have screwed up somewhere else along the way. But thank God I've got SP now. Holy shit. God. I guess that's the blessing that comes out of it. But do you got to be so hard-headed that you got to go through what you went through to get to that? For some of us, yes. Main Vein with $5. Thank you very much, Main Vein. He says, you're right, Aaron. If only you would have never groomed her out of high school. I didn't groom her. Stop telling any new listeners that might be here that I groomed her out of high school. That is so ridiculously not helpful. All right, guys, do me a favor. Put us on the front page of Rumble today. Hit thumbs up, whether you're on YouTube or Rumble. Hit thumbs up, hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. And thank you. for supporting our show. We appreciate it. The contributions are coming in hot and heavy today. It is experiment day. We'll see how it goes. I bet you I'm going to get so many, like after 7 o'clock, I'm going to be going into the chat after every story. Thank you for your gifted membership. Thank you for this. Thank you for that. But then it's also going to be, I'm going to be answering, where's Johnny? Where's Johnny? Where's Johnny? Where's John? Like 5,000 times today. I'm going to be answering the where's Johnny question. Oh. Hulkamasha Baby says, bro, you would have nuked that bridge eventually. I might have. I'd been in trouble before. I'd been suspended before. That's for sure. Cocktiff says, Erica got Joe Burrow popped, Aaron. Fuck the Bengals. That's not what got him popped. What got him popped is he's an unoriginal parasite who just clings on from other people's hard work. Well, not hard work, other people's work. And he doesn't create anything himself. He's a brain-broken, steel-toed derangement sufferer. And that bill is coming due. It's really too bad. It's really too bad. Couldn't have happened to a nicer guy. But, he could have avoided this. If he wouldn't have let me broken his brain and just made his whole life about me and just maybe tried to be happier and produce some original content, I wouldn't have made him such an angry fuck. That anger, man, it'll get you, Joe. It'll get you. I'm sorry, man. I feel bad for you. They hate pity. $1 from Redbird says, speaking of illegals, what about the Pope selecting someone that snuck in the country in a car trunk who has criticized Trump's closing of the border as Bishop of West Virginia? Would you guys like to go over that one? That actually is a pretty wild story. The Pope did pick let's see here. Oh, wow, I've got a bunch of them to choose from. I want a video version of the story. Yeah, here we go. Some people are saying this was kind of a fuck you by Pope Leo to President Trump for his bullshit. I don't think so. Also, the Catholic Church doesn't follow our immigration laws. So when they're choosing a bishop for a certain area, they're not like, oh, what's his legality status? How did he get into the country? It's really more from the outside of the church. You're like, oh, this looks like a fuck you to Trump. This looks like this. That's because you're thinking about it in terms of someone outside the church. Inside the church, the process is far different. Let's take a look. If you haven't heard about this, yeah, some illegal who's against mass deportations was named the West Virginia bishop. Now, in fairness, Trump is against mass deportations. So I guess the West Virginia bishop and him agree mass deportations are a no-go. For the bishop, it's because he thinks it's mean to people. For Trump, it's because of his billionaire donors not wanting to lose the labor.
The first American pope.
To be clear, Donald Trump cares more about his billionaire donors than he cares about you. Always has, always will. Just want to make sure you know that.
First American pope has become increasingly outspoken about the war in Iran and condemned President Trump's threats against the people of Iran. The president said today he would not apologize for his attacks on Pope Leo. He said he's wrong. President Trump.
Fuck you, lady. We want to hear about the West Virginia guy, not your fucking 3-week-old horse shit. Now I'm going to your competitor, WBOY. Oh, that's fucking weird. Could we not call a thing W boy? I'm uncomfortable. All right, go ahead. Now I'm going to hate W boy because they're
Father Avelio Manivar Ayala was
sounds like West Virginia.
Appointed to be the bishop of the Wheeling Charleston Diocese back on Friday. Manivar Ayala's background and position on immigration issues has gotten some national attention.
Why do we have a motorized pool of holy water? I've never seen that at any Catholic church I've been to. My church doesn't do that. Do we really? Oh, it's spilling out into other things. Okay, I'm like, why is there a motorized? Why do we have a holy water jacuzzi going on here?
Has gotten some national attention.
Holy fuck, all these people
the
are old.
Bishop designate was born in El Salvador and came to America as an undocumented immigrant amid Civil War.
Bro, what the fuck is with your Catholic churches? Why do we have a South Park Jesus on the... God, I'm even judging other Catholic churches. I'm sorry, but it's weird.
On the issue of illegal immigration, he said he respects that the nation has a right to control its borders, but that the church also prioritizes humane treatment of all people.
Okay, And then people shit on the Pope. They're like, oh, yeah, you're not tough on immigration. That's not his job. His job is not to be tough. Like, the Pope isn't supposed to be like, yeah, we'll fucking round him up and put him in cages. Like, that's not a Christian thing to do. The Pope is going to be like, well, could you be nice to the illegal immigrants? Could you treat them humanely in the prosecution of your laws? Like, if they have to be deported, could we treat them kindly before we deport them? Like, that would be the Catholic take on the whole thing. And then, like, the Pope will say that. And they're like, yeah, fuck you, fucking libtard piece of shit. And it's like, it's not libtard, dude. It's just, he's the Bishop of Rome. He's the fucking, he's he's in the line of apostolic succession to St. Peter. He's not going to be like, yeah, you know what we ought to do? Take these fucking wetbacks and just throw them in a train car. Like, he's the Pope. The Pope can't say that. And the Pope, by the way, when it comes to immigration, the Pope has said that you should respect other countries' laws. You should come into countries legally. And he's also said, perhaps you should stay in your own country and make that one better. That's kind of based, right? But no, the Pope says, like, hey, I don't think it's good. Like, I don't think we should throw immigrants face down into the pavement and then take them and put them in a little chain link fence cage. And they're like, oh, yeah, what are you, fucking gay, Pope?
In an interview with 12 News, Manivar Ayala specifically criticized mass incarceration of undocumented immigrants and the ability of immigration enforcement to go into homes without a warrant.
Right. That seems actually pretty libertarian. That seems pretty right-wing. Get a warrant.
Let us rediscover our common humanity, and then we can start trying to solve the different problems, right, in a humane way. So what we are appealing is precisely that, to treat everyone with dignity.
That, I'm sorry, that doesn't sound bad to me. That doesn't sound like a libtard. That doesn't sound like an evil guy. He's not saying let them all stay. He's literally saying what I said. Can we do this whole thing in a humane way and treat people with dignity? What are you, fucking communist? What are you, fucking Nancy Pelosi? Fuck's wrong with you? No, I just thought, when you... he tries to, like, get along with the West Virginia communities. He's like, no. I'm sorry. Let me try and speak your language. What I'm trying to say is, when we kick the wetback beaners out, could we do it in a way that's not so mean? I guess if you're sucking dick all the time. What? $1 from Redbird. He says, speaking of illegals, what about the Pope select? Oh, that's the one that just got us onto that story. Again, when these super chats and rumble rants and shit are coming in like this, we get a lot of good stories from you guys too. Redbird with $1 says, when it comes to immigration, the Catholic Church pulls straight from the communist Jewish playbook on destroying a nation. No, we don't. No, we don't. We don't pull from that. That's not our belief. We don't have an immigration policy. We just say, could you treat people with dignity like Christ would? Oh, man. Everything's political now, though. Like nothing, like I love separation of church and state. I love not poisoning my religion with the evils and the crazy of government. And all the Pope said about Iran was that, hey, we're the Catholic Church. Jesus doesn't think you should kill children in war. What are you, fucking gay, dude? Why don't you shut up and leave us alone here in America? And then Trump's like, the Pope is an asshole. And it's like, and then some people were like against the Pope. They're like, no, killing kids is fucking based, you piece of shit. And these Republicans will be the same people who will be like, we need to fight for the lives of these babies. Abortion is terrible. I agree with you. Abortion is terrible. I don't think anyone should do it. Now let's go fucking bomb those dirty fucking ragheads. And think, what? You understand how the math isn't math in there? No? Coltrane with $1. says, I drive my Regal GS almost exclusively now with high gas prices. I parked my Raptor as it maybe gets 15 miles per gallon versus my Buick's 30 miles per gallon. This Iran shit is getting expenses. I'm almost starting to feel like this war isn't worth it. Hagenator says his job isn't to go hyper political, which has been a recent thing. He's not being political. He's saying killing kids is bad. That the Pope is here where he's always been. War is bad. Killing is bad. Starting a war of aggression is bad. Don't kill kids. That's not a political statement. The fact that you see it as a political statement shows how bad our country has gotten. These brainless fools don't understand every type of trafficking that Catholic Charities and other NGOs perpetuate. Catholic Charities doesn't do that anymore. Thank you very much. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. But even then, they weren't like part of this mass invasion to ruin the country. They were like, oh, you want us to resettle legal immigrants in a country and help them out? Well, that's why we have this money, is to help people. Holy shit, look at all those idols to worship. They are not idols. They're not idols. Hagenator says they can worry about being against abortion again or welcome everyone in their high walls. Rome has turned to shit, I heard. Rexstart parody account says Sean Hannity is going to rejoin the church so he can leave it again over this. Yeah, get the fuck out of the church, Sean. Your bloodlust knows no ends. That's addition by subtraction as far as I'm concerned. Coltrane says people don't understand that if you open your front door and they can see a crime in progress or someone they are looking for with the door open, they don't need a warrant. Keep your door shut and talk through it. That's true. Don't open your door. Don't open your door. Watch Woman on the Wall 2015 says, do you Catholics really think the priests never have sex? Stupid. I bet you a lot of them never fuck, yeah. Just because you're a coomer doesn't mean they are. Main Vein with $1 says Catholics are the reason we got our Somalis in Maine. It's actually our foreign policy, but all right. Redbird with $1 says, oh, you understand that if Catholic Charities hadn't done it, somebody else would. The wheels were already in motion. And that the NGOs that brought them over and our bombs that destroyed their country and forced them to leave and become refugees, that's why they're here. All these Catholic organizations dumping millions of Muslims onto Europe while the previous popes called for abolishing borders. Okay, who called for abolishing borders? I know for a fact Francis didn't. I know Leo hasn't. I know Benedict never would. I know Pope John Paul II didn't. So please, those are all the popes in my lifetime. Please show me the one that said we should abolish borders. Main Vein with $1 says 191 Redbird is spot fucking on, Aaron. I kind of feel like I just pushed back his borders theory. So I don't think he's spot fucking on. Hagenator says the Pope can highlight women and gay rights in Iran. I don't think he would. And the protest killings of thousands, did he bring that up? Probably, but also, here's the problem, Hagenator. That thousands of dead in Iran, there's only one source for that, Mossad. No independent media has confirmed it. No independent government has confirmed it. There is a chance, and you've got to hold this open. Remember weapons of mass destruction in Iraq? How soon you all forget. That 35,000 people dead in the protests might have been bullshit. Just like Iran being close to getting a nuclear weapon was absolute bullshit. Just like Trump was saying yesterday, oh, we've destroyed their Navy, destroyed their Army, destroyed their Air Force, destroyed their government, but somehow they're still really close to getting a fucking nuke. That's right. No Army, no Navy, no Air Force, no government, but just scientists working away at nukes to give to a military that doesn't exist. You're being led around by your fucking balls and you're letting them do it. And you think the Pope is the problem. You're fucking insane. You've all lost your mind, is what it is. You've all lost your mind. Those 30, I'm going to say it right now. Until you prove it to me, because of the way Israel and the Trump administration has been acting, I don't think those 35,000 people were murdered by the Iranian regime. I don't. I don't think it ever happened. And I'll tell you why. The same people who told me they did that to 35,000 people are the same people who told me they were 2 weeks from getting a nuke, are the same people who told me that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction. They have a history of lying to you and not being trustworthy. You know, it's amazing. All of you guys are really skeptical of big government until it tells you some bullshit that they use to get their buddies rich and bomb other countries. You guys are really anti-government and skeptical of power until it comes time to lick that red, white, and blue dildo that they're going to shove up your ass by starting some war with a bunch of lies. All these government types lie to you. They're all full of shit until it comes to some Muslims or some country they want to bomb for Israel. Then all of a sudden, you guys just suck it up. You suck it up like spaghetti. It's fucking depressing to watch you fall for it. It's fucking disgusting. Defending the Catholic Church at this point, knowing about all the pedophilia, is just wrong. It was wrong to cover for that. There's nobody who doesn't believe that. It was wrong to cover for that. We made a pope resign for only the second time in the church's 2,000-year history because of his covering up of that. So I'm sorry. You're wrong. Coltrane with $1 says, if Iran isn't or wasn't working towards a nuke, then the war would have been over already, as they could prove they were never going after them. It would be super easy to prove you wrong on it then. What? If Iran isn't or wasn't working towards a nuke, then the war should have been over already, as they could prove they were never going after them. They already were proving it. They had nuclear inspectors there regularly, and they were passing every nuclear test. You understand that Iran was still in the JCPOA. Just because we retardedly tore it up, we left the JCPOA. Europe was still in. Iran was still in. They still had nuclear inspectors. Tulsi Gabbard herself, before the 12-Day War, said they're not getting a nuclear weapon. So no, guys, I'm sorry. If you think Iran was close to getting a nuke, you're wrong. You've been brainwashed. You've been led astray. You've been lied to, and they lied you into another war. Bro, you grew up during the Iraq War and all those lies, and you fucking fell for it again. You should be embarrassed. You should know better. Von Kaiser says, Aaron, it's pronounced Biscotti. God, every time. I'm sorry. You're right. It is pronounced Biscotti. Scarlett in the YouTube chat says, good morning, toe boys. Everyone say good morning, so she doesn't key our shit. Redbird with $1 says, no, they weren't. They banned inspectors around 2017, 2018. When was the last time nuclear inspectors were in Iran? Has not been able to... Oh, look at this. Hey, Redbird, proving you wrong is becoming a regular thing today. As of late April 2026, the IAEA has not been able to inspect key Iranian nuclear facilities since inspectors withdrew in, what was that? June 2025? I thought they were banned in 2017, 2018. Wait, Redbird, was that the neocons fucking lying to you again like they did in 03? Hey, guys, the neocons got another one. They got Redbird. They got him hook, line, and sinker. Oh, so they were there until June of 2025 before we bombed Iran in the... So they were doing the inspections, like I said, like I just fucking told you. I get tired of this because people are fucking dying and your gas is over $4 a gallon and Donald Trump has bent you over and fucked you and you refuse to believe it because you'd have to admit you were wrong. Well, guess what? Watch. It's not that hard. I was wrong. I fucked up. And I fucked this country over by electing this fucking owned piece of shit. This bought and paid for business crooked cunt. I fucked up. But that doesn't mean you get to lie, Redbird. They were there until June of 2025. It's almost like I know this shit. So that's two strikes, Redbird. You want to go for a third? On a wall with $5. Sorry I get so worked up. It's just that people are fucking dying. People are going broke. People are struggling to pay their fucking bills. And these people still think that Iran is our fucking enemy. The enemy is inside the house. The enemy are the people reaching into your wallet and stealing all of your kids' money while they fucking kill innocent people overseas. Innocent people that you have a lot more in common with than you do Donald Trump. Those little girls that got murdered in that school in Iran have a lot more in common with you than Donald fucking Trump does. And Benjamin Netanyahu, your new best buddy, on a wall with $5, says God loves, breaks down walls, open borders, disciples. Okay, we'll check that link out in a second here. Thank you, On a Wall, for the $5. Appreciate it. Redbird, being smug is not a replacement for intelligence. I'm sorry. Frida with $1 says, I think Towboys are skeptical of your new Catholic thing, with it coming around the same time as Fuentes, Candace, anti-Israel becoming popular. But I think you're a real Catholic. I don't think anyone's skeptical of it. I think you'd have to be like an obsessive, insane hater to be skeptical of it. I was born this way. I was confirmed in the church. I went away. I fucked up a lot. And yeah, the Gaza thing made me really fucking mad. And I didn't want to be angry all the time. So I went somewhere that made me feel good. And that was Mass. So no, I'm sorry, Redbird, but you're wrong on this one. You're just plain old fucking wrong. So is the Pope addressing ending Ukraine and Russia with Europe and the endless killing there? I'm sure he has. Just like he's addressed Nigeria and you guys say he never has. You just don't want to hear it. That's the problem. You get proven wrong and then you go, oh, you move the goalpost. He's right on something else. Oh, well, he talked about Nigeria. And then they show you a clip of him talking about Nigeria. He talked about migrants. Yeah, he says they should stay in their country and make that better. Well, he talked about Russia and Ukraine. I'm sure endlessly. I'm sure he's said endlessly that it's sad that war's going on. So where would you like to move the goalposts next when you're wrong? Please. Let's go to You'll Be Fine says, dude, can we talk like adults? Aaron's language would make a trucker blush. It's really difficult when you're literally spoon feeding people like babies and you still hear them repeating propaganda that's put out there by people who are murdering innocent people. And I watch people that are fans of mine repeat murderous propaganda from war criminals. I mean, it's frustrating to watch. Bigot on Socialist Media says the religious and boxing talk has always triggered the fuckwits. I think it's because they don't like the idea that it could probably beat the shit out of them. Digital Soldier says, never forget the cringe I Am the Snake poem Trump used to read at his rally. He told all you dumb fucks from the start that he was the snake. Precisely. Miss Tay says, Aaron, born and confirmed gay. Hey, wait, what? $1 from Veldrain says, so the real problem is Jews. Not at all, just nearly all of them. It's not what I said. That's not what I said. Oh, man. Yes, Tarnished Maiden says, and using our money while doing it. Of course. I wanted to have fun today, and then you guys brought all this shit up. $5 from Jesus is a friend of mine says, you mean I'm being used as a human shield to defend a pedophilia, rape, and murder? Whatever you say about Jews, Islam will always be worse. Ooh, that's a tough one. How about they're both wrong and Christianity is that? How about nobody goes to the Father but through me? How about that? How about fuck them both? Scouse Ghost with $1 says, Aaron, is Toby still your prisoner on your roof and your kids are racist thugs? Oh, should we tell the morning audience about that? A lot of you didn't hear this yesterday. Enough with all the fucking Trump and the horse shit. MSO says Johnny is doing a great job today. Johnny's doing wonderful. He's sleeping like a baby from what I understand. You guys are doing great. Keep it up. 5 gifted memberships are $25 in the next hour and 15 minutes. So far you're doing okay. Yeah, let's talk to you guys about Brock. So my kids love garage sales. They love going to the garage sales in the summertime. And They went to a garage sale this weekend, and in the free box at the garage, whenever they want to go to garage sales, I feel bad. Like, I don't want them to spend their own money. You know, I'm like, I want them to save it up. I want them to learn to save. So I tell them, I go, guys, I need a lot of work done around the house. Why don't you do some of that? I'll give you some garage sale money. Like, do chores, get paid. So I said, there's some stuff in the landscaping rock. I want some stuff pulled out of there. And you got to, my son has to pick up Gordy's poop because I bought him a new tablet. So he's got to do that for 2 years. Got to pick up Gordy's poop in the backyard. And then you got to fully clean your rooms, like redo your dresser drawers, organize everything, take out all your toys you don't use anymore so we can take them to Goodwill, all that shit. And you do that, I'll give you $10 each to go to the garage sale. So they do that. I give them the $10 each to go to a garage sale. They take off on their bikes. They're heading to the garage sale. They come back, and my daughter found a pretty bomb-ass hooded sweatshirt for like $2. And nobody else really found anything. They didn't really care. They didn't want to part with their money. They wanted to keep their 10. Nice. So my daughter comes back and she goes, Dad, look what I found in the free box. And they're all giggling like hyenas. My oldest is like, Dad, look what we found in the free box. And she holds up this little, probably 4-inch high black baby with a little dress on. And she goes, look, it looks like Barack Obama. And I'm like, no, honey. I said, why? Because he's black. I said, that's not okay. Like, I don't want my kids doing that shit. There'll be plenty of time for that when you're an adult and you have friends. And she goes, we're going to call him Brock, and he's going to be our mascot. And she took the dress off of the doll, and she goes, he has to be naked because when he has the dress on, he looks like a girl. And I'm like, well, honey, maybe it's a girl doll. She goes, no, it's Brock, and he's our new mascot. So they start taking Brock outside. They start playing with Brock. They start doing things with Brock. All of a sudden, Brock is this little tiny black doll. And then SP and I are sitting downstairs, and they decide we're all going to play hot potato with Brock. So my daughter brings up a YouTube video with the hot potato music that starts and stops at different intervals. And we start playing hot potato with Brock and throwing him around. Sunday rolls around, and my daughter's at the table. I'm making breakfast, and she goes, Dad, look what I did with Brock. And she drew a teardrop tattoo on Brock. She's 12. And I'm like, how do you know about teardrop tattoos? And it's like, oh, the kids in school and blah, blah, blah. Public school, they teach you the good stuff there. So she draws a teardrop tattoo on Brock, and I go, honey, are you only doing that because he's black? She's like, what? No. She goes out into the Barbie dream house we keep in the garage, and she goes and grabs a Barbie out of there, and she draws a teardrop tattoo on one of the white Barbies. She goes, see, Dad, this is a white Barbie, and she has a teardrop tattoo too. And I'm like, oh, all right, okay. Well, we had to, my youngest and I had to go to Mass. She wanted to go to Mass. I don't make the kids go. I want them to want to go. There was a parish breakfast after Mass, so my youngest wanted to go to the breakfast. So we went to Mass. We had a wonderful time. She was following along in the Gather book. She was reading all this, asking questions. It was great. We get back from breakfast. I check my phone because I don't bring my phone into church with me. And I see, I have 2 text messages. One of them is pictures of Brock. And she, well, you know what? I have a picture of Brock here I can pull up for you. So she painted like tribal tattoos all over Brock's arm and head and body. This is Brock. That's him. That's the little baby from the garage sale that my kids brought home. So I have that photo, and then she writes to me, this is like 10 minutes before we get home, Lewis got Brock stuck on the roof like the top roof. Because you have the deck, and you have the shorter roof, and then up over that, you have the tall part of the roof. So my son got Brock stuck on the roof. Now, they're not supposed to go outside while I'm not there. My oldest is old enough to be home alone. And but they're not. The rule is they don't go outside. They don't use the stove. And apparently he went out on the deck. He thought that was considered in the house. So he went out on the deck and he accidentally got Brock stuck on the roof. So now today I have to go up on my roof, climb up, go to the top, climb up over the top part of the roof, come all the way down the heavy slope in the top part of the roof so I can rescue that small black baby that's sitting in the rain gutter currently. I have to go rescue Brock, our family's new mascot. Yeah, I'm fucking excited. So excited. Let's go to Redbird. He's not giving up on the inspector thing. Until 2017, 2018, inspections were unscheduled and unrestricted. After that, they were not allowed to inspect at will and were only able to do performative inspections, and uranium and enrichments went to weapons grade. First of all, it didn't get to weapons grade. It got to about 60%, which is not weapons grade. 90% is weapons grade. So you're wrong there, but that's okay. Also, I thought you said they kicked the inspectors out in 2017, 2018. So you do admit you were wrong about that, and they were doing inspections until 2025. Thank you. I appreciate that. I accept your apology. Frida with $1 says Francis was an apostate. There were some things that Francis taught that I was not a fan of, that I don't think were correct. Leo is TBD. I think Leo's solid as a stone, man. I like Leo. But openly a liberation theology guy for decades. I think Vatican has been gone for a long time. I would like to see some of the Vatican II stuff reversed, but a lot of the younger priests consider themselves more conservative. So you might see that change over time. $10 from Archmagus Tim. Thank you very much, Archmagus Tim. He says, this is for the Brock retrieval mission. Yeah. I did say last night that if by the end of the morning show we knocked out the goal and knocked out what was left of yesterday's miss, that I would live stream me retrieving Brock off the roof. Skybrick with $2 says, we're all Karmic X. Your channel is next, butt boy. Ooh, you know we're a Rumble show, right? You know we just use YouTube as a secondary platform. You know we've lost YouTube a shitload of times and been fine on Rumble. Just making sure you know, Skybrick. I love that I get to do that. You'll see people coping over so much shit. We'll have 700 people watching or something. They'll be like, no, it's 202. And it's like, wow, 202 on our secondary platform that's not even our primary usage? That's pretty fucking good. I don't think any of the shows you like have a secondary platform that's doing 202 at a time. But thank you very much. I love that your copes are caused by me. 574 checking out the show right now. Let's get up over 600. YouTube, you guys are bringing up the fucking rear today. Rumble, you're not exactly lighting the world on fire too. So that means get those thumbs up out there and start hitting them, please. And thank you. And share the show. Let people know that you love the toe. Scousko says you should call 911 and tell them a crackhead negress knocked on your door and said her baby is up on the roof. Oh, I'd get in so much trouble. Getting so much trouble. Tilt1 says, hello, 911. This is Aaron. I need the special rescue unit sent to my house. Brock is stuck in the gutter. What? Brock is a doll? Yeah, they might get a little mad at me once they rescue him, but it'll heal over. But by the way, they're calling him Brockazulu. I kind of like Brockazulu. I like that. All right, guys, hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. And throw a couple of memberships our way. We appreciate the way you've been doing it so far. Keep it up. We're doing an experiment day without Johnny. We'll see how it goes. And if I rescue Brock this afternoon, I will bring him for an appearance on the evening show. Canada is not happy with some of their new Indian neighbors. I want you guys to remember before we get to this show that diversity is our strength. Oh, and to people like Redbird, you understand that bombing Iran just guarantees you'll get Iranian refugees in the United States. So you can thank the Republican Party for all of the influx of refugees we've had over the last 20 years from the war on terror. It's wonderful. Maybe think about this fucking shit before you endorse a war, huh? Maybe a little bit. Don't be stupid, guys. Don't be dumb. Be Thomas Massey. Be Rand Paul. Don't be Donald Trump. So Canadian women are, we have this video of them pleading with an Indian man to stop washing his clothes in a river. Now, this is great because I'm sure these Canadian women are liberal and progressive and understanding and, they believe diversity is their strength. They probably have more than one different color for their hair. And they have to watch this Indian guy washing his clothes in the river, and they're trying to yell at him. Now, this is a great example of this not in my backyard attitude, where it doesn't cost you anything to virtue signal and love all these immigrants and think they're the greatest thing until they get to your backyard. And then all of a sudden, oh, hey, stop washing your clothes in the river. Hey, ma'am, it's an Indian guy. Be lucky he isn't shitting in it, okay? They're doing better. They're starting to assimilate. But he goes to wash his clothes in the river. And I have a question for you. Call this devil's advocate. Call this whatever you want. But is he really hurting anyone by washing his clothes in the river? Let's make this big screen here. This clip here. Like, is this really that big of a problem? Like, leave him the fuck alone. It's his kids who are going to have to wear stinky clothes that aren't actually clean because rinsing shitty kid clothes in a dirty river isn't exactly clean, my man. I mean, there's a thing called soap, detergent. I mean, these things kind of eliminate odors and bacteria, but you know what? You'll pick it up by the time you're 65 or 70 and ready to retire. All right, diversity is our strength. Take one, go.
No, we don't put soap in the river. There's salmon. There's salmon and all sorts of fish. This is a good. This is a protected area. Please, no soap or detergent in the river.
Ma'am, I don't think this Indian guy gives a shit. I'm starting to think that maybe he doesn't really give a fuck about your country, its traditions, its norms. I think he wants to live by his own country's traditions and norms and just come to your country to exploit it because it's easier to live there. I'm starting to think these immigrants really don't give a fuck about you. Now, this was fine when it was European immigrants because we had basically the same culture. So if they came here to live their culture and live like they did in their country, it was all relatively the same. But I'm good, man. If I want India, I'll go to India. I don't want India. It's dirty, it's stinky, it's crowded, it's polluted. Don't India my America. I'm set. Thanks. Don't Mexico my America. Don't any of that. Mexicans are fine. They assimilate a lot better. But they don't bring what Mexico is into the United States. Refugees, Indian, like we're washing clothes in a river. And then look, he washes the clothes in the river. And then what does he do? Puts them on dirty, stinky logs and sticks. Beautiful. That's totally not defeating the purpose of what you're doing.
Hey, that's Sophie's poisoning the fish. No, we should talk to him. Otherwise, I'm going to call the bylaw right now. Yeah. Yeah, no, we don't do that here. We don't do that here.
And let's do it. They're talking to him like he's an infant. Ma'am, he knows what he's doing. He doesn't care. This is what you voted for. This is what you wanted. This is your diversity is our strength. And now here you are bitching, bellowing at really high octaves that are difficult to listen to. If I could deport both of you, I would. No, we don't do that here. We don't do that. It's bad for the fish. Ma'am, he doesn't care about your country. He doesn't care about your rivers. You should see how they treat their rivers where he comes from. Your guys' cultures are not compatible with one another.
You're poisoning the fish. We're calling bylaw right now. We're calling the police. You have to stop that. We're killing the fish.
Oh, he doesn't really speak, he doesn't talk English too good. Interesting. You're hurting all the fish and you're not doing them. Ugh. Call her a racist, quick. That would be funny to turn the tables on her. There you go. And then he got all his laundry done and he's going to head back. Congratulations. Your country's fucking killing it. Canadian refuses to watch his country turn into new India. See how it's done.
There? Yeah, pick it up right now. Let's go. Pick it up, put it back in your truck. You don't litter here.
We're gonna litter. Can you tell me?
You can't litter here.
Okay, so we can just take it, okay?
Yeah, put it in the truck. I'm gonna watch you.
Okay. Hello?
You don't litter here. I'll phone the police. That's a $2,000 fine.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, they don't give a fuck about your country. They don't give a fuck about your landscape. They don't give a fuck if they unbeautify it. Again, you should see the country they come from. It's shit. It looks like fucking garbage. They don't care. Something to think about before we bring them here. But here's the problem. The politicians you vote for and think are going to save you, they're getting a cut on the back end. They don't give a fuck. They're all 60, 70 years old. A lot of them are fucking, they don't have kids, or their kids are already set up in this racket. They don't give a shit about you. They're trying to get paid.
You stop here. We can just go here, okay?
Yeah, load it up. Let's go.
Okay.
This is not how we do it. You take it to the dump. It costs like $10.
Can you where in the dump yard is?
Gold Bar landfills where you can go. So, yeah, let's load it up.
Okay, I can load it.
No more littering around here.
Okay, bro, okay.
People walk down here with their families.
I can't believe this white racist is being so mean to this immigrant.
Okay, bro. Okay, check out it. मैं दादा किथे गए ना? मैं दादा किथे गए ना?
Up your mess. You can't dump.
Pull it, load it, okay?
Yeah, you load it.
Yeah, this guy was thinking like this dude was going to help him load it. No, fucking load the shit back into your truck and take it to the dump. Sorry. Yeah, so, I mean, again, you vote for it, you choose it, and then you yell at them when they start washing their clothes in the river. I mean, what did you think? They were just going to come here and just magically get sprinkled with freedom dust and become one of us? No. Redbird with $1 says they should be cheering on that he is attempting basic sanitation. Emphasis on attempting. You know, is it really the attempt that counts? Right? It's the attempt that counts. Another $1 from Redbird says, I said towards weapon grade, and if refusing inspections to the insides of facilities and only allowing performative pencil wiping inspections isn't kicking them out of facilities, that's not what they did. I'm guaranteeing you're reading a United States or Israeli-backed account of what happened. Europe has said, that's why they're not helping us in this war. Europe said they were complying with the inspections until the 12-day war. All of the people who were doing the inspections said they were good. Again, dude, Redbird, they did this to you with Iraq. Don't buy this shit again. You guys can, every liberal can be lying to you. Everybody else can lie to you. You cannot conceive of being lied to by the person you voted for. And I can't believe you can't see Benjamin Netanyahu lying to you. You can't conceive of that. You can be skeptical of everyone else. But when a country we want to go to war with and we want to make money for billionaires for, by the way, oil companies have been raking it in during this war, and weapons manufacturers, you'll believe them. You'll buy the whole thing, hook, line, and sinker. Even there's independent confirmation that what they're telling you is not true. Like the 35,000 dead in Iran. Nobody's confirmed that. Redbird with $1 says, then we are just going to have to agree to disagree. Well, your side's winning. You're getting to bomb people and kill people and fuck shit up and put gas at about $5 a gallon in some places, $6 in California. So I would rather not agree to disagree. I'm losing. All right, your side's winning. The gas prices, everything else, your side's winning when that happens. If I were you, I would change sides, but what do I know? I'm just a filthy libtard, apparently. Then we go. Okay, $1 from somebody too says, I mean, they are used to washing their clothes in dirtier shit water like this. Yeah, let's see what Indians are used to washing their clothes in.
This is the dirtiest river in the world. Located in India, the Ganges River is over 1,500 miles long and contains pollutants such as trash, raw sewage, and even body.
I was just going to say, like in India, they just shit in the Ganges River. There's just shit in there.
However, it is considered to be extremely sacred in the Hindu religion, and Hindus often bathe in it in the hopes that it will wash away their sins.
You're bathing in each other's shit. By the way, that's where the Delta variant of COVID came from, was the Ganges River. It's because people were just going in there with COVID and mixing it with shit water. And then we got super COVID.
People say the smell is so bad that they can't even be within a 5-mile radius of the river, as 150 million liters of sewage is dumped in daily. And just
oh, God. And we want to import that here? No. I don't want anything to do with India. I wish them the best. I don't hate Indian people. I have friends who are Indian. I don't want people from India coming here. I'm good. I want them to do well in their country. I want them to make a bunch of money. I want them to do great. I don't want any more here. We're good. Like, we're exhausted, guys. We're good. We've been beaten down by our own government. It's just the country's doing worse. This generation coming up has it worse than their parents did. We've got criminals for politicians. Just stay there and make it better. And if you don't make it better, it's not my problem.
The water is also known to cause cholera, typhoid, and tuberculosis. Recently, a Japanese YouTuber was visiting India and decided to bathe in the river herself. As a result, she contacted dysentery, which is caused from an amoeba in the water. So if you haven't heard, this is the dirtiest river.
By the way, excuse me, I got something in my eyeball here. Dysentery is a disease where you just shit yourself to death. It's very pleasant. It's very wonderful. Now you guys got me all worked up today. We were going to have fun today. Now you guys got me all worked up with the India stuff. 191 Redbird says, I think they're all lying to me. I think the war is bullshit, and I also believe Iran is a problem. Well, there's the lie you've believed, that Iran's a problem. They're fucking not. They're not a threat. Iraq wasn't a threat. Iran's not a threat. You know who they're a threat for? Israel. You know what's not our fucking problem and shouldn't be? Israel. I don't give a shit. Iran's a problem. We spend $950 billion a year on defense. We spend 3 times as much as China does. We spend more than the next 25 countries on the list combined. Nobody is a fucking threat to us. When's the last time this country was ever threatened or attacked? And don't say 9/11 because we all know that was bullshit at this point. Honestly, the War of 1812, Pearl Harbor, plenty of evidence to suggest FDR let that happen. Gulf of Tonkin, we made it up. The USS Maine, that was an accident caused on our own ship, and we blamed it on the Spanish to go to war. Nobody is a fucking threat to us, guys. Wake the fuck up. Do you know who tells you these places are a threat? The people who make money on selling you the bombs and the tanks and the guns. The people who want to send your kids to fucking die for their stock price. They're the threat. They're the people who lie to you. They're the people who got all your friends killed in the war on terror. You want to pick a country that's a threat to us? Israel's a threat. Big time. If you could eliminate one country from the Middle East and it would cause peace, who would it be? Main Vein with $1 says, Indian friends, dot or feather? Dot. So I know that would probably offend them greatly for them to hear me say that I don't want any more Indian immigrants in this country, but we're done. We've done our part. We've done our part for diversity. I'm set. Veldrain with $1 says the old Oregon Trail PC game, 99% of player deaths is from dysentery. Yeah, I learned what dysentery was from Mrs. Doubtfire, actually. Hulkamasha Baby says, okay, let's say Iran did nuke a city. Would you cry for those innocents and say you were wrong? Or, yeah, I would. But you know why I feel comfortable saying that? Because it's not going to fucking happen. Because they don't have a nuke, and it's suicidal to use nukes. In fact, only one country has been crazy and fucking psychotic and been so careless about how they treat human life that they've dropped nuclear weapons. And they've done it twice. There's only one country who does it. So stop. Please just stop with the Iran's a threat. You understand that Boeing and Raytheon and all these weapons manufacturers need a threat so they can sell more shit for your tax money. Communism was the threat. You know, Louis C.K. had a great line in the movie Trumbo where they talked about this new war that we have. And he goes, yeah, it's a perfect war because they can scare the shit out of people and it's totally non-existent. It was a power struggle between two countries. That's happened forever. That's not a war. The war on terror. From day one, the war on terror was fucking bullshit. I mean, you want to be mad at Somalis? Great. Let's be mad at Somali fraud. I'm with you. You want to be mad at fraud in our own government? Fine. But can we talk about how terrorism was never a threat to the United States of America and we spent tens of trillions of dollars on it? Can we talk about that, please? Because that's what's cost us the most money. Sam Show says we're paying $4 a gallon for nothing. We really are. We really are. MN Gal says, do you remember the movie Wag the Dog? Bro, Wag the Dog has been our foreign policy for at least the last 50 years, maybe longer. We've been wagging the dog. All right, let's continue on. Oh, speaking of fraud, check it out. So we're hearing, I want to get to we got lots of wacky stories. The Indian story was supposed to be one of our wacky stories. Some guy wrote me on Facebook yesterday. He's like, "What? Why is your show about politics now? It didn't used to be politics. What about the wacky stories?" I'm like, we still do those, but we've always talked about the news. We've always talked about politics. Do you remember when Trump got elected in 2016? And I came to work the next day with a fucking DP-12 shotgun and was cocking it on air, and we talked about the election all day. We've always talked about politics. We've always talked about news. The funny part is I lose my mind and you get to watch the veins in my head burst. But we always break it up with the wacky stuff. I think what's happening now is for a lot of fans, they don't like that I disagree with them on Iran or I disagree with them on Trump. So then the normal cope, and this has happened throughout history on the show, the normal cope is typically, you've changed. I don't like that you talk about politics all the time. Really? Because you didn't complain when I was for Trump. It's interesting. I just wish people would have the ability to be honest with themselves and thus with me. And I would understand that criticism if they said, Aaron, you don't like Trump anymore. I still like Trump. I don't like that you don't like Trump and that you talk about it. That's fine. I understand that completely. But to say, why do you talk about news and politics now? Motherfucker, that sounds psychotic because we always have. Let's, speaking of which, this is funny. To me, the fraud thing is funny because, Tim Walz has just been caught with his pants down on this whole deal. So last week, the federal government raided a bunch of daycares in Minnesota. And they've been looking into those daycares. They've been finding that some of the owners of those daycares are actually on welfare here in Minnesota. And now they're finding out how many of these daycares received government money. And, I don't think you're going to be shocked.
5 Investigates is getting answers tonight on just how much of your tax dollars flowed to those daycares raided by the feds last week. It was all part of a sweeping fraud investigation. And now Orion Raish is tracking the money with some eye-popping numbers.
Yeah. Remember, these are just 9 daycare centers. There were 22 businesses raided in all. 9 of them were daycares. Wait till you hear the fucking number. Just 9 daycares raided were received.
I want to focus on those 9 daycares raided by the feds. We have learned the state sent them $67 million in the last 8 years.
That's okay. I need to clarify. That's just the state of Minnesota. That's not the federal Medicaid programs, which is why the feds got involved. This is just the state of Minnesota sending them about $9 million a year. Just those 9. So each of those 9 receiving $1 million a year for fraudulent daycares.
That's your tax dollars spent on this child care assistance program known as CCAP. There are no charges yet, so we don't know how much of that $67 million could be fraud. But what we do know may help us understand what investigators are looking.
If it's under 75%, I will shit in my own pants. That's how confident I am that every fucking dime is fraud.
Looking for in all those boxes that agents hauled away. We look back at the last 8 years, but I want to focus on just the last 2 years in state data that we obtained. These 9 providers went from collecting about $8 million in 2023 to more than $16 million in 2025.
Bro, in 2 years, the amount of money we gave daycares doubled. And you know why that happened? It's because it's the Somali community. It's tight-knit. They talk. And they started telling their friends, and they started telling their friends and their family members, hey, you know what's really good business? Hey, you know what makes us a lot of money? And This is going to sound really insulting to the Somali community. I guess I don't give a shit. I think too many of them are too stupid to know it's illegal. I think a lot of them just thought it was a loophole where America's this amazing country where they just give you free shit. And by the way, this is very funny because all the liberals who think that all this criticism of the Somali community is just racist, they'll commonly say, they produce $254 million annually for the economy. That's interesting. Let's look at how much of it's fraud. Let's look at how much of it is them taking our benefits and then spending it in our economy. I guarantee you make all Somalis leave Minnesota tomorrow, we actually generate more revenue without them than we do with them when you take in all the savings.
That's more than double in just 2 years. But then look at this. The number of kids served remained relatively flat. A little fluctuation, but right about 1,000 kids every single year.
Weird. That is so strange. So 1,000 kids every year. And by the way, the first year in that chart was 2018. They were already committing fraud in 2018. There were whistleblowers as far back as 2015. So, I mean, this has been going on for a long time. And again, I think a lot of these Somalis are just like, oh, well, it's free money from the government. We're not doing anything wrong. Now, you should still prosecute them and send them to prison. I don't give a shit if they didn't know it was wrong. Some of them knew they were hustling the government. But I think some of them are just, they don't fucking understand how it works here. And they were just like, I'll just write down whatever I want and get the amount of money I need.
Who's watching this?
Nobody.
Nobody.
Phil Krinke is a former state law.
This guy is the shit. This guy rules. Nobody knows who he is outside of Minnesota. A lot of Minnesotans probably don't know who he is. But I used to interview him when I would go down and do my shows for the State of the State address. Phil Krinke is a fucking real one. You want like a hard-charging, ball-busting, actual conservative? Phil Krinke is a true believer, like a Massey, like a Paul. I don't want to spend a fucking dime on anything. Phil Krinke he's a real one.
Maker, a small business owner, and a longtime watchdog with the Taxpayer League of Minnesota.
So I think voters are very frustrated with the entire situation. I don't think it's Republican, Democrat. They're just frustrated.
Frustrated, especially when the warning signs were there. In 2019, the legislative auditor warned state leaders about a lack of oversight. The report finding that, quote, program integrity controls are insufficient to effectively prevent, detect, and investigate fraud.
Dude, you see some of the, like, Feeding Our Future is a great example. You see these bullshit numbers they were sending to you. You don't have to have a shitload of taxpayer money in your department to look at those pieces of paper and go, that's insane. There's no way they've got that many kids there all the time. There's no way that restaurant is serving 4,000 people a day. It's a shoebox in North Minneapolis. There's no fucking way they're serving that many people.
Put water in the bucket, and if the bucket's empty in the morning, what do? You check to see if the bucket...
You kick the fucking dog. No, wait, what?
It's got a hole in it, and nobody bothering to check that the buckets, they just keep dumping more water in.
Just like in CCAP. Now let's zoom out and look at this entire program. And keep in mind, this is a publicly funded program for families that can't afford childcare.
So also the reason you need to be upset about this is they're stealing from other people's children. So these programs are going to get shut down, or these programs are going to have funding cut because of all this fraud. Or it's going to be harder to get money. So Americans who live here, born here, the whole thing, have fallen on hard times, need some daycare assistance for their kids. Daycare is expensive as all hell. These people are stealing from those children, and they don't fucking care. They do not give a shit about you. None of these people committing fraud feel bad for a second that they did any of this.
Since 2020, the state has paid out about $1.5 billion to all daycares who participate in this program. And look at this explosion. Back in 2020, they paid out about $188 million, and it shot up from there. Last year, they paid out about $367 million.
Holy
shit. Now, I've learned there are reasons for this, like an increase in federal funding, a change in the rate paid, and a new formula. But here again...
But isn't that kind of part of the problem, too? Hey, we got more money from the federal government. Yeah, but we don't need it. Fucking spend it anyway. My mom would talk about that because she ran the budget for the school districts, for the food budget. and this kind of goes back to Hegseth buying shrimp and lobster and furniture for the Defense Department. Then he tries to claim that he gave it all to the troops. Bullshit, you're lying. When it would be the end of the year, my mom would be like, I need to buy a new piece of equipment. We need to buy something for the kitchen. I'm like, why? And she's like, well, we have like $70,000 in our budget or whatever the number would be. And I remember saying, well, I was in high school. I was like, well, why don't we just keep that for the taxpayers? Like, that's good. Like in a business, if you have 70 grand left over at the rest of the year, at the end of the year, that's awesome. That's really good. And she goes, yeah, but they'll cut our budget by $70,000. They won't let us have that money next year because they'll see that we don't need it. And I'm like, really? So they won't let you hold it over in case like a COVID or something happens. Funding needs to be cut and you have money that you can fall back on. We can't do that. We can't let these kitchens or these government programs maybe invest that money somewhere so it can grow and we can have a rainy day fund for that. No, you got to spend it or you're not going to get any more.
Look at the number of kids served. It stays relatively flat, about 30,000.
It's actually going down
every single year. This same issue came up the last time 5 Investigates interviewed former State Attorney General Lori Swanson.
Whether it's business, a school, a nonprofit, if something grows that much, makes sense to ask why is it growing that much and how could it grow so fast?
These numbers are actually an undercount. The data we obtained does not include centers that received less than $100,000 in.
Oh, no. So there's more. Oh, man. And nobody's going to be impeached. Nobody's going to be arrested from their office and charged with any kind of crimes, even though they had to know this was going on. Nobody's going to be. And let's say they didn't know it was going on. Nobody's going to be kicked out of office for being ridiculously incompetent. None of it.
Funding. And a quick note about how we got this data. It's from the State Department of Children, Youth, and Families, but they did not give it to us. We learned Representative Kristen Robbins had a copy, which she received through a public records request to DCYF, and we actually made that same request back in December, and we still have not received it, nor have we received an explanation for why. Robbins.
So they're covering this whole thing up. Like, people, forget the Somalis that are being arrested. Fucking just ship them off. Get them the fuck out of here. Enough. We need to start throwing these government types in jail, but we won't. We won't. It is kind of funny. Like, I'm not going to apologize to Nick Shirley. I still think he's creepy, and I still think he's going to be used for some nefarious purposes. But, like, it is kind of funny how everybody's using the Nick Shirley format to get their information. They're like, oh, let's get a politician who will help us get those numbers and then give them to us because these departments aren't going to voluntarily give us this information. It's interesting. Ablo Pacheco with $5. Wow. Thank you, buddy. He says, good. Now raid the spots in Lakewood, New Jersey and Bromsville, New York. Oh, wait. Veldrain with $1 says, oy vey, how very progressive of them feeding all those trans real kids that are statistics that identify as be real kids. That is very nice of us. We are a very kind state. You guys are doing great. How about $10 in the next 6 minutes? Let's make this experiment today work, and then we'll know that maybe we need to change things around. Maybe we need to go Johnny Monday, Oz Tuesday, Johnny Wednesday, Oz Thursday. We're just changing some things up today because, look, when you have 2 weeks of misses on Johnny and Aaron days, maybe Johnny and Aaron need to bust it up a little bit. That's all. Let's see if the experiment works. You guys are doing great. The show's been me blowing a gasket and arguing with people, but I've been having fun, if that makes sense. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. You know what I do resent, though? I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to tell you what I resist, or what I resent. And that is, I try to move on to other things. And you saw it with the Pope thing, the Iran thing, and the Trump thing. I wasn't even talking about that. And it just came to me like you guys sent me stuff and you wanted to talk about it. So I don't want to hear from a fucking nunnias about, oh, you do too much news. Oh, you do too much news. I have other goofy shit ready to go. You send me a lot of this stuff. Oh, and our numbers are eating shit today. Johnny vindicated as we are under 600 people. This is a disaster. 579 checking out the toe right now. hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. We might not hit today, guys. This experiment might fail. And then if that experiment fails, I really don't know what the fuck to do, because we can't, the evenings can't carry the mornings forever. And Thursdays can't carry the whole week forever. So Nick Shirley seems to have kind of like influenced our media. I don't know if that's good or bad, but I think the things Nick Shirley does in the hands of actual journalists that want to investigate stuff is an interesting idea. I think if Nick Shirley, because I think Nick Shirley is too bought and paid for by his uncle and his mom and the Republican Party. I think he'll only go after lefties. I don't think he'll go after conservatives. I just don't. You know who will? Is that Tyler, the guy who went to that Jewish community in New York, but he also goes to India and other, Tyler Oliveira. That guy's more real than Nick Shirley. Nick Shirley's a shill. He's manufactured. He's bought and paid for by the Republicans. Tyler Oliveira lost his Patreon and lost a bunch of other shit because he went after these welfare frauding Jewish communities. That guy is a real one. Shirley's kind of a propagandist, but it is kind of nice to see Nick Shirley's work be done in the journalism world. This time it's Fox News, but like, how great would it be if these guys went to all areas where they're fraud? Like, imagine if Nick Shirley went to the Pentagon and investigated, the hundreds of billions of dollars a year we probably have in fraud there. He's not going to do that. That's a Republican sacred cow. What if he went to Israel and found out what they were spending our $4 billion on, or what they give their people because we give them $4 billion, like universal health care? He won't do that. But he'll look at Somalis all day long, which, better than nothing. But I would like to see these people wreak havoc all over the place. So this is what Fox News was doing in California.
My name is William Lajeunesse with Fox News. You're with Graceful Care?
Yes.
Can I talk to you a little about some questions of the care that you provided to individuals up in the Central Valley?
At the moment, I have some workers here doing some stuff.
Okay. You want us to wait outside?
We still go.
Okay, you want us to wait outside?
So this was a hospice place that they went to that's received a bunch of money in government funds, and they're not so sure that they're providing that hospice care. Was Dr. Steve in there? Oh, no, they didn't want him to know. By the way, I looked it up. Did you know that writing a doctor's note for someone in a state you aren't licensed in is actually criminal malpractice? I did not know that. I thought that he just kind of fucked up. I thought Dr. Steve fucked up like on a doctor level, like on a professional level. I did not know that he committed a crime. I swear to God. Like, I thought that was a dumb fucking thing for you to do. You really shouldn't have done that. But then someone told me to look it up, and I looked it up. A doctor who's not licensed in a state cannot write a doctor's note to get them out of something if that person doesn't live in a state or that they're licensed in. Like, I didn't realize how serious it was. Dr. Steve committed criminal malpractice by writing a doctor's note in a state that he's not licensed in. That's fucking crazy, dude. And I have the letter that he wrote. I don't know why he did that. That was one of the dumbest fucking things I've ever seen anyone do in my life. That was in court. My attorney and a couple of other people were even the judge, they were flabbergasted. Why would he do this? This seems just fucking really retarded. And look, you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes, you do evil, terrible, dumb shit. You suffer evil, terrible, dumb consequences. I had to learn that lesson. He might have to too, but it was a really dumb fucking thing for him to do. And anyone defending him is just a retard. You just hate me too much. That's your biggest problem. You're just so full of hate for me for whatever reason that you're going to back someone who did something really idiotically retarded. And for nefarious purposes too, because you don't like the guy that he's in court with. It's really sick. It really shows you how that world rots your brain. Really.
That's our own William Lajeunesse confronting an alleged fraudster in California. More on that investigation and Medicaid fraud nationwide coming up. It is costing this country a fortune. And we'll speak with Dr.
Wait, was that, what's his name? Was that Larry Kudlow? That motherfucker's still alive? Holy shit, guys. Kudlow is still kicking. Who knew? Who knew? Oh, shit. Oh, no, guys. I accidentally closed our Rumble chat. My bad. Oh, it's okay. Nobody's watching. Shit numbers today. Hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. Trucker 18 Wheeler with $1 says, you haven't tried Oz on Tuesdays yet, so next week try that. You work best with a co-host. He'd have to do it for free. We got to get another sponsor before we can pay Oz to do another day. Redbird with $1 says, fuck the Somalians. They are only stealing because no one is going to cut hands off. I want pasty white asses locked up over this. Yeah, I mean, look, don't hold your breath. Don't hold your breath. Miss Tay says, R.I.P. Johnny, Brock, or Dr. Steve. Sam Show does say, though, Brock is fine, Miss Tay. He's chimp pimping. He is chimp pimping. He's chimping. In the next 29 minutes, could we get 10 in here and stay on track? We're doing better than yesterday. That would be nice. Renee Leering Center for Driving says Nick Shirley is an Israel first shill. So is Cam Hegby. Yeah. I don't trust either. I really don't trust Cam Higby. I mean, he's just a complete, openly a shill. All right, guys, let's continue on. You do memberships, you do super chats, Rumble rants, etc. If this experiment fails today, I will be honest, I'm kind of out of answers for Monday through Wednesday. Let's talk about this Texas story. I would love to see more people fighting back like this guy did. The only problem is, in limp-wristed pussy states like Minnesota, if you fight back like this guy did, you might go to prison. So this was a guy in Texas who was carrying, and he was being carjacked. A guy tried to steal his car. The guy's kids were with him. He wasn't giving up the car. In my opinion, you try to steal someone's car, you take your life into your own hands. People should be allowed to defend themselves. Minnesota is we have a policy called duty to retreat, where if someone comes into your home and you can retreat, you have to retreat. If someone comes into your home and you have no route of escape, you have no route of retreat, and you are in fear for your life, then you can defend yourself. But people are like, well, if someone just barges into your house in Minnesota, you can just shoot them, right? I mean, that's common sense. I mean, you can. You might face charges for it. I'm not saying you would go to prison. I'm not saying you would ever be convicted, but they might charge you for shooting someone for breaking into your house in the state of Minnesota. It's a messed up state. They don't have that problem in Texas. I wish we would be a little more like Texas. Let's take a look.
In Dairy Road, police say the man had tried to steal several vehicles by force before trying this one. He was taken to a hospital and pronounced dead. Fox 4's David Sintentry has more from the investigation. David.
Well, a majority of family members were inside that vehicle as the carjacker tried to take off with it. The father of that family shot and killed the suspect, and it was all captured on video.
It's another win for the toe right there. That guy, he's a hero. Good for him. Don't steal cars. Oh, you really want people to shoot people over a car? That's not the proper question. The proper question is, does that motherfucker want to die to steal a car? Now that's how you keep people honest. That's how you keep criminals on their heels. You know, we have this idea in Minnesota that's like, oh, is it really worth it to kill a man over just breaking into your home? No. Is it really worth it, you getting shot and killed just for opening someone's door? Fucking behave yourself. $2 from King Kong Dong. He says, come on, guys, we got to see Aaron fall off a roof today. That's true. If we knock out today's goal and we make up for yesterday's miss, I do have to live stream me rescuing Brock.
You could definitely tell that he was not in his right state of mind.
Surveillance video shows a man attacking and...
Well, hey, it sounds like this guy fixed it for him then. He wasn't in his right state of mind. He got an attitude adjustment.
Trying to carjack a family of 8 in Garland Sunday afternoon.
Bro, you had 8 people in that fucking car? Okay, this story's getting black. That's a little... I mean, look, bro, I'm on your side, but 8 people... A family of 8, like I'm struggling to see. I'm playing Benny Hill music right now, trying to figure out how to count all the people in your car. 1, 2, 3. So you've got maybe 3 in the front, the driver, and then 2 people in the front seat. And you got 5 in the back? He's got someone in the trunk, doesn't he? There's got to be some, because like the most in a 4-door sedan that you can get in that back seat, I'm saying like grown 4, and that's tough. If it's all grown men, 4 is going to be difficult, but you can get 4 people back there. If it's kids, maybe 5. But a family of 8 in one car, bro.
A family of 8 in Garland Sunday afternoon before the father shoots and kills him.
I'm just glad that the man was able to protect himself and his family.
Tatiana Starks manages Garland Smoke and Vape, and
that checks out.
A shopping center near Highway 66 and Dairy Road.
We heard a loud crash.
Garland Police Department says the carjacker initially crashed into 2 other vehicles.
While we were responding to the scene, we received more information that the driver of that car had exited and immediately began physically trying to get into other vehicles in that parking lot.
Starks says she saw the man breaking into several vehicles at a gas station, so she took cell phone footage.
He tried to...
Oh, good for her. It's nice to see someone breaking the no snitch rule, trying to get a criminal off the streets, although don't worry, the father of that family, the paterfamilias, took care of it.
Get in several different cars.
She stopped recording as the man began walking across the street toward her.
Did he make direct eye contact with you?
Yes, he was walking very intentionally.
The family of 8 unaware of what was happening and what was about to happen.
He ended up going into their car.
Video shows the carjacker in the peach shirt confronting the father in the white shirt. The father struggles with the suspect, who's trying to drive off with the family's car, with family members inside.
Oh my God, that's a big mama. Oh, you were fit. Did you see the suspension of that car seriously alter as she was getting out? Go back. We got to go back.
Who's
Watch
trying to drive off with the family's car.
Oh, everybody's getting out.
Inside, including a baby. After nearly a minute of struggle, the carjacker, who's in the driver's seat, is shot by the father, who's outside the car near the passenger side door.
It seemed to be
I like, because they're uploading these videos, these news stories to YouTube now, so they don't show the moment where the guy gets shot, because it has to be YouTube okay. That's why I like using these news stories from YouTube, so I know I'm not going to get in any trouble. Good for him protecting his family, and good for him not shooting until everybody cleared out of the vehicle. But 8 people in your car, dude? I know that he stopped a carjacker, but I think we still got to give the guy a ticket. Here, look, hear me out. I know I'm going to be the heel on this one. We can't encourage 8 people popping into a car, especially one of them's a baby. If you have 8 people in that car, I highly doubt that that baby was properly restrained in a baby seat. In a car seat. I'm going to really press X to doubt on that one if you're fitting 8 people into that car. So let's give this guy a ticket, but let's also let him go with no charges on stopping this carjacking puke.
self-defense.
Police do not expect to file charges against the father.
It kind of all really happened really fast.
Starks, a witness to everything, just grateful we're talking about a story in which no victims were hurt.
It's just a blessing that the kids and the family walked away with no injuries.
Oh, yeah. See, they were holding the baby. That baby was being held in the car. All right, let's ticket him up. No charges. But, bro, we're not putting 8 people, including a baby, just in a car.
So Garland Police Department is still working to identify that suspect who was shot and killed. So at this point in time, we don't know.
I'm going to make a guess. Perhaps you won't find out who he is because it will be hard to find any documents on him. That perhaps documents may be missing. Perhaps he may be not a documented illegal alien. He's an illegal Mexican alien, is my guess.
What sort of background this individual has, if there are any warrants out for his arrest, or if there's anything specific that he was trying to get away from after that initial crash. Heather and Steve.
By the way, if there are no warrants out for his arrest and he doesn't have a criminal history, then this would be a guy that Donald Trump has said should be allowed to stay here. I just want to point that out because I'm feeling bitter that I got lied to and bullshitted by this president. He doesn't want to do mass deportations. If you're just here illegally and you're not a criminal, he doesn't give a shit. So let's say this guy doesn't have a criminal record. One day he decides to carjack a family. Now this guy's got to kill him. Now he's got that on his conscience. And it's all because Donald Trump, he didn't really feel like that guy was a priority to deport from the country. Interesting. That's all I'm saying. Interesting. Let's go to Raziv Chaz with $1. Says, have you done your read for Neon Neck signs yet? No, they're just doing Thursdays for Oz. They're just doing Thursdays. Main Vein with $1 says, I want people to shoot people over a candy bar at the store. That happens a few times and word gets out. Shit isn't locked up behind plexiglass anymore. I couldn't agree with Main Vein more. I've said this before. Why don't we just turn a blind eye to a couple of Good Samaritan vigilante killings and maybe it'll keep people honest? I wouldn't be against it. Somebody too with $1 says in Minnesota, the guy would be charged for having too many people in the car in the first place. And the guy stealing the car would sue the owner for taking too long stealing the car because of all the people. Reformed Rapscallion says, quit being so nice. I want a torch with napalm at the ready. Well, that's another way. Some people are really against me wanting to give this guy a ticket for having the 8 people in the car and the baby not secured. Pablo Pacheco says, really, dude? Sam Show says, Aaron, you crack ass. I am being a crack ass. That's for sure. Do we want to, anybody else want to bring up the elephant in the room that, are we sure that that gun that guy used in that shooting, you guys want to check the serial numbers on it is all I'm asking. Would you like to? Coltrane says those new Impalas are 5-seaters max if you use the seatbelt. Yeah, exactly. Alan wants to know if that woman getting out of the car ate 3 of the kids. She's bigger. She's bigger. I said bigger. MSO, I'm not going to read that one. That is remarkably racist. There's no way I can even spin that one. Miss Tay says, I think he may be undocumented. Oh, he's for sure undocumented. 100% that guy's undocumented. Some crazy Mexican walking around just pulling on car door handles. Yeah, he's there illegally. For sure. All right, guys. You know what? Let's make $10 in 15 minutes and then we don't fall behind. Thank you very much. Let's have ourselves a good experiment day here on The Toe. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Oh, my God. All right. You know what? Thank you very much, Gray Duckling, for the 50. He said no need to read out loud. You know what? I will be cognizant of that, Gray Duckling. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And I have cut down on that a little bit in the last few weeks. But I will say those Unitarians had it coming. Thank you, buddy. Hey, appreciate it. Gray Duckling with $50 for The Toe over on PayPal. Thank you very much. Hey, guys, can we do $60 in the next 15 minutes? And then we're super ahead. Oh, no. Is Experiment Day working? This is getting weird. This is getting weird. We are also 90. Oops, I missed one. We are 96 members away from 700 members. Thank you, guys, very much. Chips and Diff says, Aaron, isn't experimenting what got you in trouble a year ago? 2 years ago. Over 2 years ago now. It's over 2 years ago. I've been free for over 2 years. Oh, like Andy Dufresne. Arms out, rain at my face. Oh, thank you, Lord. Archmagus Tim with $10 says, from my kiddo for Brock's rescue, why not have Brock as co-host? Like I said, I will stream Brock's rescue. I will stream Brock's rescue today if we go over by 100 today. That would also mean I'd do another half hour. And also, yes, I will have Brock. I'll have Brock as co-host if we just notch a win today. That's all. We'll have Brock sitting right back here enjoying the show. Redbird with $1 says Louisiana just locked its first black female sheriff up on 30 felony charges. You guys want that one? That's a funny story. So Louisiana decided that, you know what we ought to do? We ought to elect ourselves a black sheriff. Well, let's do this. Oh God, we got a couple of good ones. Thank you so much, Redbird. Louisiana sheriff. God, I don't want the Newsmax version. Makes appearance in court following her indictment. No, she didn't go to jail. She just got indicted, bro. They haven't started the trial yet. This is totally different. This is I was going to say she's not in jail yet. But this is what's going on in Louisiana. They decided to elect a black sheriff for the first time, and let's just say that she's not doing her people any favors.
Tonight, the Louisiana sheriff at the center of this brazen jailbreak you see on your screen, which happened in New Orleans, is one of two people.
Look. So this sheriff got indicted over this jailbreak last year. Look at how the inmates spelled too easy. They'll be locked up again within a month. Too easy. Oh, it's a map. There must be someone named Easy inside because it's pointing down towards the door. If you go through the door, you'll find Easy. This is an arrow too easy. Guys, 2TOROCK.
One of two people now facing criminal charges.
It happened last year and took nearly 5 months to get all the escapees back in custody, including two who managed to get all the way to Huntsville.
ABC 13's Mo Ryder is in the studio with a closer look at the new charges. Mo?
Yeah, guys, well, those charges coming from the Louisiana Attorney General's office, and the two people that we're talking about, Orleans Parish Sheriff Susan Hudson and Bianca Brown, the parish's chief financial officer.
Oh, no. Susan Hudson, we can see her now, but Bianca Brown, that sounds like it might be another bad representative. I don't think black women are winning elections in that parish anytime soon. Bianca and Susan.
They're both facing dozens of felony charges ranging from malfeasance in office to obstruction of justice. The inmates escaped early in the morning on May 16th last year.
Did she help them?
Authorities say they climbed through a hole behind a toilet, sparking a massive manhunt. More than a week later, two of them, Leo Tate and Jermaine Donald, were arrested in Huntsville. Now, according to the Louisiana Attorney General's office, while Sheriff Hudson didn't physically open the doors, investigators say her failure to follow legal requirements contributed to the escape. And according to a report from ABC News, they say the Orleans Parish District Attorney's Office claims that Hudson and her staff were slow to request a detailed investigation, potentially leading to missing critical evidence.
So are they saying she helped them escape, that she helped the brothers bust out? Or are they just saying that once they busted out, she slowed everything down because she didn't want her office to look bad? Because it sounds like they're being very careful with how they phrase this. Hold on, let's get it.
For the Orleans Parish Sheriff, Susan Hudson says that she ignored warnings about the jail for years before last May's jail escape.
Okay.
As Chris Joseph reports, it also alleges she lied to Orleans Parish criminal court judges.
Okay, so she was like, shit, I can't be bothered about these security problems at the jail. Nobody ever escapes from the jail. We'll be fine. And then a shitload of people escaped from the jail, and she went, oh, shit, just tell everybody we got it all under control and everything's fine, and we'll be with them in a second. So she, again, it's not always the crime, it's the cover-up. Oh, boy, did she fuck up bad.
It is tonight.
And then her, and then what was it? The accounting secretary or whatever for the county fucked up too. Yeah, she's not locked up. She's facing 30 felony charges, but it sounds like she wasn't involved with it, but it was like criminal incompetence. Like criminal incompetence. I'm just skipping through the parts of the chat that I can't read. That's all. Reformed Rapscallion says, one thing jail taught me more than school was just how stupid some people are. Miss Tay says, years of incompetence. Say it isn't so. Reformed Rapscallion says, some people in jail are very smart some people are beyond stupid. Well, in this case, the elected officials were stupid, and I'm not saying the people in jail were really smart. They were just smarter than the sheriff, is all. Some Soper says Huntsville is like 9 to 10 hours away from New Orleans. Wow, so they really, they got a good head start. Gray Duckling with $5 says that Unitarian Church was crazy. I don't call that a church. Yeah, that contribution did say, I can say it now. You might be limiting your donos. People might not want to contribute to your show if you're trashing other denominations. I've been very nice to the Lutherans lately. The Unitarian chick was legit crazy. I just and I understand, and you're definitely right. But at the same time, it gets kind of frustrating because people are allowed to talk. Being Catholic in Christianity is like being white in society. Everybody can say whatever the fuck they want about you because you're the big one. They can trash you. They can say horrible shit about your religion. But you criticize anyone else's even a little, on actual doctrine. Oh, how dare you? How could you do that? But we can get called pedophiles and all kinds of vile shit. That's all. But you're right. You're right. I agree with you. By the way, you guys are killing it. In the next 8 minutes, if we can do $45, then we are super double ahead for today's show. Thank you guys very much for your generosity. All right, we got one more criminal story here to have some fun with. A suspect in Hamilton County, Ohio, had to be removed from the courtroom. Now, if you're a suspect in a crime and you're about to be charged, you're at your indictment, you're already in deep shit. You don't have to make it worse by doing something stupid like threatening the prosecutor or the judge, let's say. There's a reason your lawyer says, just don't say anything. I'll do the talking.
Woman led screaming from the courtroom today, threatening prosecutors as she was restrained.
So Aisha Harris was in court accused of leading police on this high-speed chase. And
holy shit, guilty. Oh, my God. Aisha Harris. Oh, sounds Swedish.
Officers in just a bizarre crash. WLWT News 5's Brian Hamrick was the only reporter in the courtroom today.
Hey, Brian, my hairline brother.
Happened. He's live tonight with the story. Hi, Brian.
Yeah, Cherie, well, there was a sense that something that might happen during this hearing. The woman was having trouble maintaining her composure the entire time. Now, this was a hearing.
You don't say. You're saying this woman who led police on a high-speed chase and seemed to have no attentiveness to the safety of anyone else on the road. You're saying that she was having a hard time keeping her shit together? I'm starting to think this woman might be fucking nuts.
The prosecutor said she was so dangerous that she should have no chance to get bond at all. This is what happened.
Can I go? In contempt of court. You keep doing that, bro. Like you weird. Man. Can I go?
Bro, if you want to know if certain cultural things have consequences years down the road, you see this a lot in the hood. It doesn't matter if they're an authority. You have no concept of what kind of danger or situation you're in. That guy disrespecting me, man. He's saying some bullshit. I'm going to leave. It's like, you can't leave. You're under arrest. You're in court. You have to be there. You can't. Nah, because he's talking bullshit. And he's like, okay. So literally, this is what's scary to me. Literally nobody in your life taught you not to behave this way. You've just been completely, basically on your own. And this is how you ended it. This is frightening that there's places in our country where people develop into this.
No, I'm about to flip out. And this shit weird. Do you object to your defense? Y'all keep trying to put me in no bond. I should smack out of her. I really should.
He was talking about the prosecutor, how she should smack the fuck out of her. That's not going to help your kid. How are you this dumb? This doesn't make you look real. This doesn't make you look street. This doesn't make you look like, I keeps it real and these people don't impress me. It's this makes you look fucking retarded. If you just shut your mouth, you're already in enough trouble. This doesn't make you look like you don't take no shit or you a bad bitch or you the realest or the illest or the killest. It just makes you look like a fucking retard. kind of like a gorilla. Never mind.
Bro, you got that ankle, bro. What is you doing?
Aisha Harris leaves, removed from the court, held in contempt as she threatens assistant prosecutor Elise Dieters.
Oh, no. You threatened a blonde white lady, too? Oh, my God. This is the worst look for you. At least it could have been like a fat, frumpy broad, like a postmenopausal or some sweaty guy. You threatened a pretty blonde white lady? Yeah, you're fucked. Court gets protective of those. The frumpy ones, not so much.
This. Police say that's Harris leading them on a chase, pulling a trailer. New video today shows just how dangerous it was.
Let me guess, the stuff on the trailer maybe didn't belong to her in a legal sense? Question mark.
As she missed other vehicles on the road. Then officers try a pit maneuver. This comes next.
Stop! Oh, so now she's towing the police car. So he gets onto the trailer. The trailer's built like shit, of course. It falls apart right away. But now the officer's car is mounted on the trailer, and she's now pulling the cop car. Oh, she's really dumb.
I need someone. There's pills. I need someone now.
You can hear the death.
But I have to be honest, what's the end game here? Like, what's going through the head of someone? Now, we heard her in the courtroom. She's not the brightest bulb. But, like, what's going through your head? What's your plan? Where are you like, all right, this cop car is literally on my ass. It's not going away. I'm going to get out of this still, though. I got a plan. I'm going to go, what, to Ray Ray's house, and Pookie's going to hide you a house? How do you see this playing out?
In the officer's voice. Then it gets worse.
Oh, wow, the trailer's on rims. Oh! Yep, bitch, you're going to prison. Sorry. They're not going to let you get away with this one.
Cincinnati police officer Roger Efier spoke about it all publicly for the first time today as he relived the encounter.
It stemmed from a place of concern, fear. I don't know how else to react in that moment based on those emotions.
Having considered all the factors, the court is going to issue no bond.
Oh, yeah. I mean, after you yell, you know, I should fuck you up. I'm leaving. This is weird. This is all weird. Yeah, I didn't think you were going to get let out that day.
Yeah, so how did it all get here? Well, after that pursuit, Harris was arrested. She was given bond. She got out. She cut the ankle bracelet off.
Oh, no. This just keeps getting worse. Just shoot her. I mean, at this point, just put her down. She's not going to learn. You're on, Yana, whatever decision you make here and whatever penalty you sentence her to, I don't care if she gets out at 79 years old. She's going to do something stupid and end up right back in the same place. So they let her go and she cut off her ankle. Fuck.
Given bond, she got out. She cut the ankle bracelet off, according to prosecutors, took off. They located her in Georgia. They had to bring her back. And today, she was back trying unsuccessfully to get bond again.
So she's in Hamilton County, Ohio. They found her ass in Georgia after she cut off her ankle monitor. She's the best. She's there's nobody better than her. Some people learn the hard way. Some people just straight up never fucking learn. They just never, forget it. Thank you very much to, God, you guys are busy today. Thank you so much. Main Vein with $5 says, Aaron, do you have any stories today about Bill Gates releasing ticks that might make people allergic to red meat today? Also, do you have ticks in Minnesota? Yeah, we got ticks out the ass. You got a link for this Bill Gates releasing ticks thing? Raz of Chaz with $1 says, look, Aaron, she didn't even lose her trailer. Yeah, thanks, guy. No, yeah, thanks. No, she tied up the trailer. It was the U-Haul people who attached my trailer. Dick. Feldrain with $1 says, I just got my nails in my hair, dude. I ain't stopping for nobody. I don't know why she kind of turned into like a hint of Kevin Brennan there. at the end. Thank you guys very much. A very generous crowd today. What do you think? $40 in the next hour? I think it's doable. $40 in the next hour, indeed. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Help us out. 575. We didn't hit 600 today. So without Johnny, our numbers take a shit. That's for sure. The numbers are bad today. The goal is looking good. Keep it up. You guys are doing fantastic there. But me by myself, nobody wants to watch. Oh, shit. Ted Cruz was on stage yesterday, and people were asking him, Ted, you're a lion of the Republican Party, Ted. You're one of the best conservatives there are, Teddy. By the way, Ted Cruz, I will give him this. He has never pretended to be America first. Ted Cruz, when he was running for election, said, I am going to be the best friend in the Senate to Israel that America has. That was his big goal. He is a huge Zionist, big time. I mean, he's still holding hands with Netanyahu through, forced deportations and settlings in the West Bank, a genocide in Gaza, dragging us into another war in Iran. Ted Cruz is there. Now, Americans are mad about all these wars. We're mad about our tax dollars going to an evil regime that's literally murdering people, defenseless people. And we've been very angry about it because as Americans and as Christians, we don't believe in that, and we think it's really, really bad. Or we've been brainwashed to just nod yes, and Iran's totally a threat to us somehow. But at any rate, Ted Cruz wanted to talk about one of the biggest issues he saw facing America right now. Now, I want to see if anyone in the chat can get this before we hit play. All right? Ted Cruz. Now, we got $4.50 a gallon gasoline in a lot of places, sometimes higher, sometimes lower. We have an economy that is in shambles. We have an immigration system that still hasn't been fixed. What do you guys believe Ted Cruz thinks is the biggest problem right now facing America? What is the problem that he sees right now, bigger than shit, right in his headlights, that he thinks is going to be a huge issue going forward? Did you guys in the chat read ahead? Or is he becoming that predictable? Is he? Because I see a few of you already have got, before I've even finished explaining it to you, a few of you have come up with the right answer already. Did you? You read ahead. You somehow got a hold of my prep sheets and you saw this clip. $1 real quick from Los Federales. Thank you. He says, help me finish the acronym, fellas. I'm drawing a blank. Does BROC, my kid's black doll, stand for Black Racially Oppressed? Trucker 18-wheeler with $1 says, as a truck driver, you as the driver is responsible for keeping everything in place, so don't blame the U-Haul people. I just would rather you guys memory hold the whole thing permanently, if I'm being honest with you. $10 from Miss Tay says, can we have the KB drop in honor of Johnny? Thank you. Well, this is the one I have. Wow. We don't have the other one. We stopped using it. So the only Kevin Brennan drop we have is this one. Wow. There we go. Well, you guys are down to 130 right now. So thank you very much for that. And thank you, Miss Tay. You also get our $10 drop. Be very quiet. I'm hunting pedophiles. There you go. Thank you, Miss Tay. I appreciate it. All right, let's find out. Oh, God, you guys keep kicking in, don't you? Thank you very much. We're going to get to that Ted Cruz thing in just a second. Hold that thought. Veldrain with $1 says, Aaron, they are not defenseless. They have bags of flour, rock chunks, and debris that used to be their houses that they can use as weapons. Oh, you know what? That's true. You see a Gazan trying to put their house back together, and an Israeli's like, he's got a weapon. They just shoot him. Actually, not far off from how it actually is. All right, so Ted Cruz letting us know what the biggest problem in America is right now. Let's see how many of you guys got it right. Take it away, Teddy.
And I tell you, there's a threat in particular that worries me deeply.
Gasoline? $39 trillion of debt? A weak dollar. Goods costing too much. Americans not being able to afford homes when they get out of college, the average new homeowner age being 40 years old, the fact that you can't find a lot of good jobs right out of university, AI taking over a lot of the jobs we do. Is that what really concerns you, Ted? Take it away.
Which is we are seeing anti-Semitism rising across this country.
Fuck. I'm going to make myself big for this one, and we're going to go.
And you guessed it, a Jew.
Oh, boy. You have to laugh.
You little bastard, you attacked my stepson?
Yep. Sure did. He's at the Iowa Faith and Freedom Coalition. Iowa. Farmers losing their land to data centers and Bill Gates and corporate farms. And what does he do? You guys were being too mean to the Jews. Fuck, they're Iowans. They don't even know any Jews.
About 10 years ago, anti-Semitism began rising on the left.
Oh, yeah?
And the Democrat Party leadership looked the other way and hoped it would go away.
It's because we don't fucking care. Jews are always complaining about something. We just kind of figured. And then it was also, oh, it's anti-Semitism. Is it? Because we're criticizing a country that's like actively killing people and they're fighting an 8-front war and nobody attacked them.
And it is all but consumed the Democrat Party today.
Oh, yeah. You look at the Democratic, but when I look at the Democratic Party, I see jackbooted Nazi thugs who are intolerant of everyone. These are people who think you can cut your kid's dick off, all right? If Jews weren't hurting people, they would love and suck off the Jews, okay? Ted, you've got to be out of your mind. You guys, we can sit here and trash the Democratic Party all day long, and I'm with you. Let's do it. Let's go. But to say that they are somehow intolerant of differences in race and gender, you've got to be out of your fucking mind. That's the one thing they still do. Is they're like, oh, yeah, if you're a woman, strap on some fake tits and a wig. We love you. You don't even have to cut your cock off, but here's the name of a good doctor if you want to. Ted, if even American liberals won't be tolerant of you, you might be fucking up.
Today, there is a very real pro-Hamas contingent.
Oh, yeah.
In the Democrat Party. And the rest of the Democrats are terrified of the pro-Hamas contingent. Look.
AOC still votes for military funding of Israel, bro. You're fine.
At all of the so-called mainstream Democrats who took a pilgrimage to Manhattan.
A pilgrimage to Manhattan? Ted, I don't know if you know this. I know it's not Tel Aviv, but Manhattan is part of the continental United States of America, buddy.
To stand alongside Comrade Mandami.
Yeah, he's an American too, and he's the mayor of the biggest city in the country. He's kind of an important guy.
But listen, as Republicans, it's easy for me to criticize the Democrats.
Oh, this is so serious.
I'll tell you, in the last year and a half.
Oh, boy.
We have seen anti-Semitism rising on the right.
Oh, my God. Gewalt oy vey. There's no way this has been happening. I've been fighting against it my entire life. By the way, Ted Cruz does not understand the irony in what he says. This side hates you. By the way, nobody hates the Jews. Well, except Sam Show. Nobody hates the Jews. All right? There is an ideology. There is a pattern that we notice and we call out when we see it. They're fucking murdering babies at an alarming rate. And by the way, we're not the ones who say that Israel is a Jewish country. They do. So you want to have all the trappings of an ethno-state, and this is our land, and it was promised to us by God. But then when we go, hey, the Jews over there in Israel sure are fucking murdering and slaughtering people. Oy vey, stop saying it's Jews. How dare you hold us accountable? Unbelievable.
And we've seen more of it than I've ever seen in my lifetime.
Oh, my.
And there are a handful of self-appointed, outspoken influencers
Yeah. They're not self-appointed, by the way. He's talking about Tucker and Candace and Nick Fuentes. They're not self-appointed. They're appointed by their audience. They're appointed by the people who listen to them because they're like, oh, wow, these people are at least saying truth. They're speaking truth to power. You're just mad that your grip on influence is gone because you keep lying to people. If you would acknowledge the genocide in Gaza, if you would acknowledge that they're dragging us into these wars, even if you wanted to keep them as our puppy dog, you'd got to say, hey, we got to get a firmer, tighter grip on the leash. Ted Cruz could say, I support Israel, but we need to control them and rein them in. They've become too violent and they're killing too many people. But instead, the people who say that, and they get a big audience for saying that because they're brave enough to tell the truth, they're just anti-Semites.
Who are pushing anti-Semitism on the right, who are going on air and attacking Israel every day, attacking Jews every day.
Nobody's attacking Jews every day. That's not happening. There are people who happen to be Jewish that are fucking around, and they're going to be called out, and they identify as a Jewish state. So I'm sorry, Ted, I'm not the one wrapping them in Judaism. They are. We're responding. If you would acknowledge the murder and the problems that they've caused, actually, they're on their second genocide. You could argue the Nakba was the first ethnic cleansing, and now this is another one.
Attacking President Trump every day. The single most dangerous one of all of them is Tucker Carlson.
Oh, there we go. There's Tucker. A guy who's not even brave enough. He won't even say the word Jew. He's the problem.
And Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene and a whole bunch of others, they have
Marjorie Taylor Greene left office, dude.
Lost their ever-loving minds.
Oh, says the man shouting about Jews.
But they are battling for the soul of our party and the soul of our country.
God, hope they win.
And listen, I will say there has been no constituency in America.
You a fucking theater kid?
That has been stronger supporters of Israel than evangelical Christians.
Yeah, no shit.
Tucker Carlson is...
What are you about to go? Shamalama ding dong, kakalaka kuku kakaroka takakaka tik tak tuka taka. Fucking these evangelicals are going to start dancing a haka for Israel pretty soon and say it's the spirit moving through them.
Said on his show, there is nobody on planet Earth he hates more than Christian Zionists. And he identified in particular me and Mike Huckabee as the two human beings he hates the most.
You guys are hard to stomach. I'll be honest with you, Ted. You guys are pure evil. I mean, you advocate for some of the most evil shit I've ever seen. And you have such a loathing and disregard for the displaced people of the West Bank, Gaza, and Syria and Lebanon. I mean, you really don't give a fuck about them. You guys do say some evil shit.
You know what? I bear his scorn with pride.
Oh.
Because I have resolved about a year ago that I am going to do everything I can to fight and defeat this poison, and we will not let it destroy our party or our nation.
Good for you, Ted. You fight that battle. You go, buddy. You go, Glenn Cocoa. Hey, guys. Ted Cruz isn't going to let those evil bastards win. Oh, shit. Thank you very much to Trucker 18-Wheeler for I just had to play that for you. I figured you guys could have your own reaction to Ted Cruz. Here's my question. Does Ted Cruz know he's full of shit, or is he brainwashed himself? Like all these other guys, I can kind of get a read on them, you know? Like Huckabee's just saddled up with the evil guys, and he's on their side, and he's fine with it. I think Ted Cruz might believe this bullshit. I think Ted Cruz might actually think he's on the good guy's side. He might actually think that all of these people hate Jews, which is really unfortunate because a lot of Jews are not Zionists. Super Orthodox Jews don't even believe Israel should exist. So to wrap yourself in the Star of David and claim that actively calling out a country for murder and war crimes and genocide is somehow hating all Jews, it's the last refuge of a scoundrel. Trucker 18-Wheeler with $1 says that's a problem. He's asking if the anti-Semitism is a problem. Hey, Ted Cruz is mad. Knock it off. $1 from Main Vein says, here's the link. It's 13 minutes long. Maybe you can watch it after the show and clip it for tonight's show. Oh, the tick thing. Yeah, I'll do that. I will do that. Then we got a few repeaters in the chat. There we go. Dorkness Rising with $5 says Ted must have been crushing so many babies and putting them in his tacos and shit. Isn't Ted Cruz the guy that when like the state of Texas lost power, he went on a Caribbean vacation? Yeah, he's a cunt. Grand Poobah with $2 says, I called the evangelical pastor. He told me what to do. He said, ooh, ee, ooh, ah, ah, ting, tang, wada, wada, bing, bang. Ooh, ee, ooh, ah, ah, ting, ting, wada, wada, bing, bang. We got it. You know what? I think we can do this. Hold on. Hold on a second. I got this. Give me a second.
Angels are being released right now. Angels are being dispatched right now.
Okay. I called Paula White. She told me what to do. She said,
Hamanda aka ata raka teda baka sanda ata ambo osa kata rite eke banda ata rike didi ashata.
Oh. I called Paula White and said I was worried for Israel. I called Paula White and I said, could this be real? And she told me, hey, Paula White, real quick. I have just a quick question for you. Real fast. Don't want to take up too much of your time. I cannot read these IKEA instructions. I mean, I can't put together this shelf. I know it should be easy. Could you read these IKEA instructions to me? Thank you. All right. Hey, Paula White. I hear there's a way that you can communicate with babies. That you can speak a language they understand. I'm not sure how to do it. I try to talk to my baby, and my baby just will not cooperate. Do you think you could try communicating with her? You know what's wild about that? Those people are not embarrassed for themselves when they do that. That's wild to me. Silver Wolf with $1 says that ticks making you allergic to meat has been around for years. It's nothing new. It's called alpha-gal syndrome. I know a guy who had it. It went away after like a year. Okay. Thank you very much, by the way, Dorkness Rising, for that $5. We appreciate it. Hey, how about 5 gifted memberships in the next 45 minutes, and we're still on track for today. Thank you, guys. So much. I appreciate it. Experiment going well. I'm liking the experiment. Numbers still shit today. What do? Let's just knock out the goal and call it a win. The people who are here are great. Thank you so much. So I have another reason to add to my list of why I won't go on a cruise. I won't go on a cruise because I don't want to be in a confined space. I know it's huge. Aaron, it's gigantic. It's unbelievable. Okay, I get it. I understand. I'm wrong about that, but it's just my thoughts, my feelings. I don't want to go where they dock and then they tell you have to be back by a certain time and shit. I don't like that. I don't like being told when I can come back when I'm on vacation, you know. And I don't like the idea of sharing this confined space with thousands of other people. I'm good. I'm set. You know, give me Clearwater Beach and a nice hotel room and the beach and all that stuff. And I can kind of map out my own vacation. Give me Las Vegas. I'm happy. Give me Nashville. I want to try Puerto Rico. That's the next place I want to try. AOC says it's nice. Well, anyway, there is an outbreak of hantavirus on a cruise ship where 3 people have died. Now, when you Google hantavirus and you learn what hantavirus is, it is literally a disease that comes from rat piss and shit. So you go on these cruise ships and you get sick from rat piss and shit. No thanks. I'm good. Ain't nobody dying from hantavirus at the Wyndham Grand on Clearwater Beach. No thanks. I'm good. But this is what's happening on, I'm going to guess this is a Carnival cruise ship. I'm going to look into this just a second. Rodent-borne illness, documented outbreaks, Eastern Hemisphere, blah, 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 blah. Oh, yeah, hantavirus, by the way, is the thing that killed Gene Hackman's wife. Gene Hackman's wife died from hantavirus. Let's take a look. This is a John Hopkins professor helping us out with this.
A viral outbreak on a cruise ship leaves at least 3 people dead and 3 others sick.
Yeah, medical reporter Mindy Becerra joins us now with what we know about these cases. Mindy.
Well, all of these patients are believed to have contracted hantavirus. That's the same virus that killed the wife of the late actor Gene Hackman last year, according to the World Health Organization.
Again, their house just got so dirty and disgusting that rats came in and then they were breathing in rat shit fumes and they died. That's how Gene Hackman's wife died. In this case, my guess, hantavirus is a respiratory disease. So my guess would be that the 3 people who died on the ship, it's kind of like going back to what we know about COVID. They were either really old or big old fat fucks, and they got a respiratory illness and it killed them.
This outbreak took place on board the MV Hondius. That's a smaller cruise ship operated by the Dutch-based company Oceanwide Expeditions.
So, okay, I was going to guess Carnival. Carnival, you're in the clear. All you have to worry about on a Carnival cruise is just rampages and gang beatings.
None of the patients are American. That ship is now currently
Yay,
anchored in Cape Verde, an island nation off the west coast of Africa. Passengers will reportedly not be allowed to disembark there. They have to stay on the ship. And joining me now is Dr. Kari Debink.
See, this is another poop cruise kind of a deal. You pay for this cruise, hantavirus happens, somebody breathes in rat piss and shit and they die. And now you all have to sit there on this cruise ship anchored offshore somewhere because they can't bring you aboard. You might give everybody hantavirus, then we got to lock down again.
Teaching professor at Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. Dr. Debink, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, of course.
So for those who might not know, what exactly is hantavirus?
So hantavirus is a viral infection. It is typically found in rodent populations and spread around rodent populations. There are basically 2 main diseases that can happen because of this. One of them, pulmonary syndrome, is typically found in the Western Hemisphere, like North America, South America, whereas there are some other types that are found in Europe and Asia and cause hemorrhagic fever.
Hemorrhagic fever. So remember an outbreak where people were bleeding out from their eyes and ears and mouth and asshole? Yeah, that's hemorrhagic fever. That's where you run a fever and you bleed out of every orifice of your body. That sounds like a real pleasant way to go.
Symptoms. So 2 kind of different outcomes from the same virus family.
Yeah, so no thanks. I'm going to stay off of cruise ships. You can try to sell me on it if you want to. I'm out. People want to ask... they want to ask Paula White questions on the show today. Veldrain says, hey, Paula White, what did the genie on Pee-wee's Playhouse used to say? Oh. Hey, when you have hantavirus, what do you say on the shitter? That's a lot. That's a lot. You said it all, honey. Main Vein with $1 says farmers are finding boxes full of Lone Star ticks all over their property all of a sudden. Just watch the video. I will. I'm going to watch the video. I swear to God. So yeah, fuck hantavirus. I'm good. I'm not going to go anywhere where rats are gathering and pissing and shitting in places. I'm good. I'm okay. Dorkness Rising said, sorry, I spread that shit when I started banging all the women on board. Wait, you gave all the women hantavirus from having sex with, were you using a rat shit condom? You're a dirty bastard. Like, I feel like the only person I've ever thought of that could maybe give someone hantavirus from fucking is Granny. That's about it. Miss Tay says, stay on the ship with the rest of the rats. I don't want to go on a cruise ship. No, thank you. Somebody says, Aaron, watch the video. I will. I'm going to watch the video. Scousko says, hey, Paula, what does SP shout out when she's having sex with Aaron. Yeah, Paula, what does SP say when we fuck?
Got
that demon dick, bro. Making him speak in tongues and shit. Thank you, Scouse Ghost. Appreciate that. That didn't make me feel uncomfortable at all. Everything's fine. Hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. Let's keep it going. Trucker 18 Wheeler with $1 says, says Paula, what do people say when they eat something that's too hot? You guys are fucking retarded. Thank you very much, though. I appreciate that. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. You guys are 125 away from our first win in 2 weeks on a Monday through Wednesday show. Everybody jump in there. Thank you so much. In the next 35 minutes, let's get a good 5 membership drop in, and we're still ahead for the day. Thank you so much for your generosity. Again, 125 is the number, and we could be on our way to our first Monday through Wednesday win in 2 weeks. You know, our boy PBD had a few coarse words for Ben Shapiro this weekend. Ben Shapiro, if you don't know, the Daily Wire, we have a clip up about it. You'll like it. Spread the word. Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire cut down their staff by like 50%. 50% of the Daily Wire staff is gonzo. They're out. They're getting less views. They're getting less fans. They're getting less money. And they took money from a hedge fund, from a private equity firm. And what happens with private equity firms typically is they'll give you a bunch of money for about 2 years. And then you get to invest that money in all the right places so you can grow. And then they want to start seeing a return on their investment, or you got to start making cuts. Well, Daily Wire took money from a private equity firm. And it's been 2 years. And now that private equity firm is like, all right, you guys did what you could. We're going to start making cuts now because we got to start recouping what we gave you. So the only thing keeping the Daily Wire afloat, in my opinion, is Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles. People have abandoned Ben Shapiro because he's, you know, I would have no problem with Ben Shapiro if he would move to Tel Aviv, do his show there, and advocate for the country he loves. I think everybody is allowed to be patriotic. Oh, wait, I have a question for the audience. I just saw something below the PBD video. Do you want to watch PBD's explanation as to why Ben Shapiro's going under, or do you want to watch Owen Benjamin's explanation as to why the Daily Wire went under? I'm going to let I'm going to let the audience take this one. You guys get to decide. Owen Benjamin, PBD. Who do you want to hear the breakdown of? First to 3 votes wins. Trucker 18 Wheeler with $1 says, I saw a Down syndrome person whispering in your ear, Paula. What did the Down syndrome person say? It was Sean, actually. It was Sean. All right, they're saying Owen, Big Bear, Owen, PBD, Owen. They want Owen. All right, forget it. We're not doing PBD. We're calling an audible. This is Owen Benjamin telling us why Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire is having problems. Big Bear, get him.
I remember 8 years ago, most people I know listen to Ben Shapiro. Now no one does. I don't know a single person who listens. Why did you stop listening to Ben Shapiro? I just realized it has 2,500 responses. So true. He was always who he is. It's not that he changed. We did. We grew up, woke up, and stopped buying the spin. The mask didn't slip. Our blinders came off.
Damn, dude, that's deep. So is he just going to play the piano while he reads responses? Because I kind of want to hear Owen's take on why.
Once everything went down with Brett Cooper and Candace, I was done. Now that I know the truth about Israel, I'll never go back.
I didn't know that the piano thing was going to turn into Hava Nagila. Okay, I spoke too soon.
I listen all the time. One of the few consistent and reliable voices online, says an obvious gay guy. I never did. I remember him from his pro-Iraq talking points and never trusted him. I never did. His nasally voice was more than I could handle. By the time he was on my radar, I was already aware of what Israel was and learning more about it and about them.
By the way, there are some pictures where Ben Shapiro looks like he could be Patton Oswalt's Down syndrome brother. It's an odd, like it's a weird thing the camera can do. Like that looks like Patton would go home and visit his Downsy brother.
By the day. At that time, that was enough. He is a complete sellout and a traitor to Israel. Whoa.
I don't see, we'll stop there because it's a funny comedy bit and I don't want to fuck it up with my gay commentary. But I disagree with that. I don't think he's a traitor to Israel. I genuinely think Ben Shapiro is patriotic to Israel and America comes second. Ben Shapiro's the one who said, Israel's existence is what allows me to love America. He said this. He said, Israel's existence allows me to love America because I know if things go bad here, I can go to Israel. So to me, that means he's an Israel guy. Main Vein with $1 says, hey, Paula, sing something in Somalian, please. All right. Because we have to move on with the show. I'm going to make any Paula White requests. You can still do them at least $5 for a Paula White request. That is Paula White speaking Somalian. Thank you very much, Main Vein, for that $1. All right, so here's PBD's more sober analysis of what happened with the Daily Wire. Now, personally, my opinion of what happened with the Daily Wire is, PBD's going to say, oh, they tried to branch out into television. Oh, they tried to branch out into movies, and it was a waste of money and a waste of time. They tried to make kids' cartoon material. They tried to, compete with Netflix, and that was a big mistake. Whether they had done that or they hadn't done that, whether they had made Lady Ballers or they didn't make Lady Ballers, I'm telling you that the way the world has changed and the way people have seen the Netanyahu government in Israel for what it is, they would have turned against Ben Shapiro because Ben Shapiro would have either been wrong about everything or clearly carrying water for a cause and not shooting us straight. Ben Shapiro bought $3 million in Facebook ads, and Facebook basically made Ben Shapiro back in the day. He would argue with dumb college kids, same way Charlie Kirk and Steven Crowder did. He'd beat up on dumb college kids, and then they go, wow, this guy's based. Facts don't care about your feelings. And the culture war stuff he was doing great in. People loved his culture war stuff. But then when it got into war and the military and Israel, you started to realize, holy shit, this guy doesn't give a fuck about any of us. This guy really, if you listen to Ben Shapiro's takes on a lot of stuff, he's kind of a cold-hearted, sociopathic dickhead who really doesn't give a fuck about anyone but himself. Some of his takes on stuff are, and I consider myself more right than I do left, but even some of his takes on right-wing stuff to me, I'm like, it's just unnecessarily cruel. He's just a cruel, non-feeling, like I said, sociopathic kind of a guy. Let's see if PBD agrees, because I think it's the Israel thing. And let me tell you something brilliant that PBD's doing and not lighting himself as though he's Satan. PBD's doing this brilliant thing where he sees the Ben Shapiro's doing poorly. He sees the Tuckers doing well, but catching a lot of flack. PBD is Mr. Milquetoast, middle of the road. PBD is he's running down that Tim Pool lane. That's what PBD's doing. Although Tim Pool slipped and he went too far to the pro-Israel side and it's kind of fucking him up now. But PBD is trying to be the true heir to the Tim Pool position, which is fence post shoved directly up his asshole. That's what PBD is doing. I've got Adam here, and Adam is here to tell you that everything Israel does is good. That way I don't have to say that, and I don't have to piss off a lot of people who don't like Israel in my audience. Then I have Vinny. Vinny thinks that Israel is the devil and that Jews are all terrible people. He's going to tell you that all of the Jews, that they are bad. Adam's going to tell you that they're all good, and then Tom's going to sing you a lullaby and put you to sleep. So, like, PBD doesn't have to say anything controversial. PBD can be like the grandparent who gives all the grandkids cookies. And then mom and dad have to be like, Grandpa, don't spoil them. Because then they ask us for stuff and they go, well, Grandpa gets it for us. That's where PBD wants to be. So let's see his take on the Ben Shapiro thing. Let's watch PBD pretend he's not thrilled that Ben Shapiro is fucking up and more people are listening to him because of it.
The guy that when you think about Daily Wire, who's the face of Daily Wire? Ben Shapiro. Guess what? You know, it comes with the territory. You can't be upset about it. But, you know, one thing with him, I don't think, you know, he's not a sensitive guy that is going to be affected by it. I will tell you a couple feedback here.
Dude, he's totally affected by it. He's losing his mind every day about Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes. Everyone's an anti-Semite but him. Everybody just hates Jews. It's all just, they're all crazy. Ben's the only normal one. Ben's been manic for a long time because of this.
Jeremy Boring stepped down, Rob? What was it?
A year ago.
I think it was March of last year?
Yeah.
Okay. So, by the way, this makes Jeremy Boring look good. This makes Jeremy Boring look good because this says the creative guy was gone. Love him or hate him, you know, he at least maybe was the creative guy.
Yeah, but Jeremy Boring put a lot of things in place like the Daily Wire Plus and the movies and all that and the TV shows that cost them a fortune. It cost them a lot of money. These problems were around while Jeremy Boring, who's aptly named, was running the Daily Wire. Don't let him off easy.
Doing stuff, okay? He was a guy that was going out there doing if you have to say naturally who is more funny, Ben Shapiro or Jeremy Boring.
Jeremy Boring.
It's not even close,
Ben.
right? No, it's not.
Ben.
But I'm going to tell you.
Smarter.
I'm going to tell you. No, that's not the conversation.
Genius.
Smart, yeah. So,
by the way, PBD hates Adam. Adam Sosnick is just there to be the pro-Israel guy. He detests everything Adam says. No, you're retarded. Shut up. This is my time to rant. You're a dick. Like, he's yelling at him all the time. He's like, you hate women. You might be gay. Why do you talk that way about the hoes and the bitches? Why is this the talk you have? And Adam's like, oh, they're all whores and they're all hoes. Like, hey, I want you to stop calling the women hoes. But that's the brilliance of PBD. His guys can say fucked up shit. He reins them in. He looks like the superhero.
Rebranding of Ben has been, let's try to see if he's funny and let's make him be funny and doing all this stuff. I don't think it's working. The rebranding of trying to attack and the way they do with Candace, the way they're doing, I also don't think that's working.
Right. You can't attack people who are really popular and fucking crushing it. You're just going to look like a jealous dickhead, especially when you used to be their boss. And as far as trying to make Ben Shapiro funny, there's a reason that doesn't work. Hi, I'm Ben Shapiro. You know what's really funny? Drinking the blood of Gazan babies after Israel murders them. It's the best. All Palestinians are subhuman trash, and we should nuke them all. Am I right, everybody? Where'd everybody go? Benjamin Netanyahu's laughing. I'm killing right now. You know, there's nothing funnier than bulldozing the house of a Palestinian who's living below the poverty line in every country in the world so that we can build a giant condo for Jews and move into their territory that they've lived in their entire life and multiple generations. And if they don't move, we just run them over with the steamroller. Isn't that fun? They're not human, everybody. Why isn't anybody laughing?
I don't think that's working. I think if Ben went on the road.
What's the best thing to drink water in your morning coffee out of? Here we have these Gazan tears child skull that you can drink your coffee of them. We have this on the Daily Wire shop. There you go. It is the real skull of a Gazan baby. We had to put it back together because we bashed it with a bat. It's just an instinct that I have. And it goes great to hold your Gazan children tears coffee in the morning. Buy it on dailywire.com/shop. Yeah, his idea of comedy is different than ours.
And did some of the stuff with campuses and schools and stuff like that. I think they can bring that eyeball back up again because he's phenomenal with that, being on the road and talking to
No,
kids.
it's too late. The mask has been ripped off. We know who Ben Shapiro is. None of that shit's going to work. In fact, those students are probably going to own him. You notice Ben Shapiro doesn't do debates anymore. Why? Because he's terrified of losing. He doesn't want to talk to Dave Smith. He doesn't want to talk to Tucker. He doesn't want to talk to any of these people because he'll get fucking smoked. Ben Shapiro is closing ranks. Ben Shapiro is panicking. He's closing ranks around himself. And he's just sticking around the people who go, Ben, you're the best. Ben, you're the greatest. Like Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles can finish off the Daily Wire today and be more popular tomorrow.
You know, he's one of the OG guys who did this. Him, Crowder, this is way before anybody else was doing it. That's kind of how they build it.
Yeah,
even before Charlie. Yeah. So So I think he can get back into it. Does he want to do it or not? Probably security, his family. People are probably saying no. I think he's got 3 or 4 kids. So he's a family guy as well. I don't think that's going to be happening. And then, last but not least is I do believe, they may have tried to sell a year ago, maybe 2 years ago, and the numbers were higher. It's like, hey, let's go to the market because they went from Fox News' enemy to Fox isn't an enemy.
Right.
And maybe we team up together and maybe Fox acquires us and we go under them. And I don't know if that went through or not. Okay, go back up there, Rob.
No, they took, this is good because it's pretty dry. I think we've got the gist of it. They took private equity firm money, and it was a private equity firm that had ties to the Murdoch family. That's why the Daily Wire started being nicer to Fox News. They're all Zionist shills, so they all work together. Like I said, they closed ranks around each other. And he likes Mark Levin. So, look, the Ben Shapiro thing, everyone wants to overanalyze it. Why is the Daily Wire dying? It's very simple. They lost the pulse of the country, and they're not paid to get the pulse of the country. They're paid to get that Israel slop out there. That's what they're paid to do, and that's what he's going to keep doing. Honky says there's an interview between Tucker and Ben on Daily Wire around 2018 where Tucker embarrasses him. Yeah, he's done debating, man, because he's kind of backing an indefensible position, really. Guys, in the next 18 minutes, let's get $25 in here. We are closer to notching a win on a Monday through Wednesday show than we've been in 2 weeks. Let's bring it in for a landing, please and thank you. I really appreciate your support. Numbers dramatically down today without Johnny. That is definitely something that I maybe need to be worried about. I also think the content today has been kind of dry. I feel like I let myself get dragged in a lot of different directions. We had some really funny, interesting stuff I wanted to get to, and we kind of got caught in the same fucking cycle that I hate getting into. So please hit like, please hit subscribe, please hit follow. And again, we're so close. Let's notch our first win on a Monday through Wednesday show in 2 weeks. Let's talk about this Spirit Airlines thing. And then we have a very funny story. 60 Minutes did a story about how, this is the shit we should have started with today. Fuck, I fucked this up. That's why our audience is down today. I suck. There's a story 60 Minutes did about how white nationalists helping out places after a natural disaster is somehow problematic. Like, white supremacists are trying to gain power in this country by helping after natural disasters. So I guess we have to be careful and not let the white supremacists help. I don't understand. We're going to watch it a little bit later. It's insanity. Dead Game says Johnny isn't really considered a draw, more a drag. Am I right? I mean, I don't know. I didn't get to 600 today. Bro, I did not get to 600 today, and we might not hit the goal today. We might notch another L. I mean, we got off to a strong start. We faded probably in the last half hour or so. We're 15 minutes away from falling behind. Let's not start sucking each other's dicks quite yet, gentlemen. But we haven't had to talk money today, and I'd like to keep it that way. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Let's go. So I don't really give a shit because I've kind of fucked up today's show with this kind of content. But it is worth noting that Elizabeth Warren and company blocked a Spirit Airlines merger years ago because she thought it would hurt consumers, which is ironic. And now Spirit Airlines has gone out of business. And now, just yesterday, Delta announced that on flights under 350 miles, no free snacks, no free drinks anymore. And they don't have to. There's no Spirit where you can go for like $50 a flight. So now you've got these other, the bigger airlines. They're going to be raising their prices because there's less downward pressure on prices from places like Spirit and less amenities. So less competition, Spirit not being there. Now the rest of us who would never fly Spirit in our life are going to pay more for plane tickets, and you're going to get less quality service while you're on the plane. But also, you can have an airline that charges $1 for flights. If you can't turn a profit, you can't keep the doors open, you can't keep the doors open. I mean, should we have given $500 million to Spirit just to keep them in the air? I mean, why? What would the $500 million have done? It would have given them an extension on life with our tax money. If I wanted to give Spirit Airlines my money, I would have done it by flying with them. I mean, yeah, they had cheap flights, but they couldn't keep the doors open. So this is kind of the nature of the beast, if you will. But there was a video of like the employees saying goodbye. These are the people you feel bad for, because check this out. Oh, by the way, the CEO of Delta, you know how they're not doing the snacks and drinks on flights under 350 miles? The CEO of Delta made $27.2 million last year. Just letting you know. Speaking of which, all these workers that we're about to watch, these people have to find a new job because these people are struggling to pay their bills. Do you think the CEO of Spirit Airlines has to rush back to work? Do you think anybody on the board of directors of Spirit Airlines has to rush back to work today? I'm guessing no.
This was my second home. All these people is my family.
Dude, it wouldn't be a farewell to Spirit if you didn't have like 5 or 6 black people just having a fist fight in the background here. That's the way you say goodbye. What are we going to do with quieter airports and less fighting? Or are all of the Spirit clientele going to start flying Southwest and, you know, American, United, Delta, and Sun Country and all this, and we're going to get to enjoy them a little closer to us now?
And to throw in the garbage like pieces of paper, that's what I'm upset.
I'm outside Spirit corporate headquarters here in Florida. I spoke to a number of employees who held a rally here in front of the building. They were suddenly told that they would be out of a job last week.
Yeah.
Here's what some of those employees had to tell me.
I wonder, oh my. That's the lady they would send in to break up the fights. She'd go in there and she'd give you the googly eye. She'd go, get out of here. Good. What are you doing? Come on. Don't make me do the crazy eye. Holy jeez. Yeah, I don't think any of those people at the top are struggling, but these poor people, they got a week's notice. Hey, do you think the people on the board of directors got a week's notice, or do you think they knew the writing was on the wall?
After 8 years with Spirit, they were my family. And it is heartbroken for me and for all of us.
Imagine Spirit Airlines being your family. It's like every day is a dysfunctional Thanksgiving. You know, you got fist fights, you got people yelling at each other, throwing shit.
17,000 jobs were on the line.
17,000.
And today, we are here together as one team.
We're going to be strong because we have so many professionals with a lot of talent, and we're going to be okay. We're going to find a job. It's not that. This was our second home.
Oh, man. Listen how happy these people were to, like, we think of Spirit Airlines, we think of those big, ugly, yellow school buses in the sky filled with minorities punching each other in the head. And then you see like the people that are out of a job and they're like, we loved this place. This was our home. And I'm like, holy shit, they really did. They liked working for Spirit.
That's why everybody's upset. Because we were here for our heart. It's not just for the work. We're going to go to all these other airlines and all these other jobs and all these other places and spread our love. Spread our love and our culture and our family.
Don't spread your culture. It's okay. Love, great. Go find a job. I want you to be able to feed your family. Please, whatever you do, do not bring the Spirit culture to the other airlines. That's what we're all kind of worried about. We kind of like that you guys existed. You know, you kind of stopped the fisticuffs on the other flights. If you could do something about that whole culture thing, we will welcome you with open arms.
Spirit Airlines flight attendants, pilots, gate agents, mechanics, dispatch, crew scheduler.
We get it. We're not going to list everybody. But like, this is the worst possible time to get fired from an airline job. Oil at $100 some odd a barrel. Plane ticket prices are going to be going up. Economy in the shitter because the president doesn't give a shit. He's off doing foreign excursions. Less people flying, and you're going to, I mean, I feel like airlines are going to be cutting back more than they're going to be adding anybody. Maybe since some people will have to pick up Spirit's routes, you might be able to find some jobs, but I feel nothing but bad for these people losing their job at Spirit Airlines. That really sucks. Main Vein with $1 says, these people are saints. Can you imagine the amount of crazy chimp behavior they had to deal with? I mean, it couldn't have been good, right? It had to be a rough job being a Spirit flight attendant. And all these people seem so nice. Darkness Rising with $2 says, Spirit was the wall holding back the smell of fried chicken and fish on other airlines. Yeah, I mean, they really were the northern wall holding back the wildlings. And, well, we're gonna see how air travel changes. Boy, aren't you excited. All right, guys, we are 120 away. So in the next 10 minutes, let's knock out $20. Let's stay on schedule for today. Let's make this experiment work, because I'll be honest, after this experiment today, taking another L on a Monday through Wednesday show, other than finding the money to bring Oz on Tuesdays, I'm kind of out of answers. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, and knock out that 120 today and give us a win. All right, let's run this 60-minute story. This is, I mean, you talk about losing the plot. You talk about network TV still trying to brainwash Americans and tell them what to think. This is a story titled, How White Nationalists Are Exploiting Natural Disasters to Manipulate People Online. Now, this is the amazing thing about the news. They get to decide who the white supremacists are. And if those white supremacists that they claim they are start doing things that are not very white supremacy, like helping poor neighborhoods where a lot of black people live, instead of the news media going, oh, maybe we fucked this up, maybe these people aren't white supremacists, they come up with a new idea. Hey, why are these white supremacists being so nice to black communities? They must be trying to trick us. This is, I'm not, guys, this is not The Onion. This is not a Saturday Night Live parody. This is 60 Minutes saying all these white supremacists are helping out after natural disasters because they're trying to manipulate people. Let's take a look.
60 Minutes overtime.
All right.
We truly are supporting our communities and being America first.
We're doing a story on natural disasters and how far-right groups are showing up to, quote, help.
To, quote, help! They're literally helping people. Leslie Stahl, by the way, is one of the biggest propagandists in the media, and she's hanging in there, man. They're there to, quote unquote, help. No, they're there to help. We don't need to use air quotes. They're clearing brush. They're trying to, rescue people from their houses. They are legit helping.
Some of them are fascists, some of them are white supremacists.
Are you sure just one loaf?
They show up so that they can present an image of themselves as being helpful and wholesome. They're there really to say the government isn't doing their job.
But the government isn't. By the way, Patriot Front, weren't they one of the groups that we found out was Southern Poverty Law Center? All right. And by the way, if the government was doing their job, if FEMA was doing their job in these disaster areas, you wouldn't have these fucking guys showing up.
Front is here. And to take videos of themselves doing these good works, to recruit, to gain followers. And you might be scrolling through interested.
You know what's disgusting about these white supremacists? They go to places where people need help and they help them just so more people will join their group. Oh, I'm sorry. Isn't that like a really super kind and generous and selfless thing to do? Yeah, but they're white supremacists. Okay, have you considered that maybe they're not? And that they're helping people legitimately because they hate the government and they're showing the government that they've forgotten about these people and that at least somebody will show up to help them. Nope, Nazis? Okay, I was just wondering.
In the flood in North Carolina,
they're helping at a fucking Waffle House. How little white supremacy could that actually be? They're literally at the new #1 public space for black bum fights now that Spirit's out of business, and they're helping.
In California, and you would think that the main purpose they're there is to help, when in fact they're white supremacists and they're looking for eyeballs.
There are very few.
They're bringing people food. They're literally bringing people food and helping them, or they'd starve. They're literally white supremacists. I think if you're like trapped in a flood zone and you haven't had anything to eat in 2 days, you don't care if Adolf Hitler makes you a sandwich.
Things that bring the public's attention to focus on one thing in unison, and natural disasters is one of those.
John Kelly is the head of Graphica. It's a company that tracks how propaganda, conspiratorial messages.
Hold on, I need to
spread
check
online.
something.
So this is an example of the kind of post.
Graphica? Is that what it's called? Graphica. Analysis. I might be spelling it wrong. I don't know how to spell. God, come on.
We see around
What's his name?
That tracks how
few things that bring the public's attention to focus
I have an
on
idea.
one thing in unison, and natural disasters is one of those.
John Kelly is the head of Graphica. It's a company.
John Kelly. Graphica. All right. Founder and executive chairman of Graphica, one of the world's premier open source intelligence providers. All right, hold on. Graphica. Let's take a look. I just want to see Graphica's board of directors. Graphica board of I have a theory. Guyt McCord, Bill Hobbs, Vladimir Barash, Lauren Pensick, Jennifer Mateu. All right, okay. They're just really super lefty. I was wrong.
Company that tracks how propaganda, conspiratorial messages spread online.
So this is an example of the kind of posts that we see around natural disasters.
Look at these pieces of shit. That looks like water in their car, doesn't it? Yeah. Look at those evil bastards bringing water to thirsty people. They're just doing that so people will join their group.
Graphica.
Do you want a bottle of water? Yes, I'm so thirsty. Okay. Do you hate blacks? What? No. Then you're not getting any water. Like, what? Well, Graphica could show up and help these people.
Has noticed is that these groups put out these messages online.
She sounds fucking old and dying, like her heart's not in, like this is just, she's going through the motions. Leslie, retire.
See is the way that it's being used to help tell a story of we're here on site and we're pitching in.
Yeah.
This also has a white nationalist message.
We have learned from this experience that whites are on our own.
Well, now wait a minute. At Katrina, was it not okay to say blacks feel like they're on their own? Or that blacks need to band together and help themselves because the government isn't helping? Oh.
White unity at every opportunity.
That rhymes. That's actually kind of slick.
One of the anti-government conspiracy groups put out a message that the government had created Helene. The government manufactured the weather disaster.
Now, this is a directed energy weapon utilized to manipulate the weather. These are weapons of mass destruction.
It's like, come on, man, that's a bunch of bullshit. He turns around, the guy has his head blown off. It's like, whoa, holy shit.
Conspiracy theories are useful to them, and so they use them. People engage with that content. It's there because people are clicking on it and they like to consume it. And so,
the conspiracy content is there because the powers that be have been fucking with us, and we found out that a lot of conspiracy shit turned out to be true. So now we're more open-minded to others because your establishment has been evil in a way that we couldn't conceive of.
they can pick this stuff up that they think may resonate with a larger audience to help build their following, build their exposure.
You know, it's not just these groups that are now exploiting these natural disasters in order to get eyeballs. Russia. And China.
God, now it's Vladimir Putin and the Chinese, too. Oh, my God. Everybody just keeps helping people because they're evil. This is a new kind of evil I've never seen before. Helping lots of people out of the goodness of your heart because you're so evil. Fuck. CBS has lost it.
Are doing the same thing.
Russia and China put a great deal of effort into building their capability to manipulate publics through digital means around the world. And it's a sophisticated system. These countries are pouring billions of dollars into these capabilities. So with China, you have thousands of fake accounts, personas that seed or generate or post content. And then there's a second wave of fake accounts that come along and amplify that content, try and boost it.
That's true. I was seeing this yesterday. There was some post, like it was clear AI slop of this woman who took off her shirt and she was in great pain and she had these bumps all over her arm up to her neck. And then all the comments were clearly bots as well. Like, oh my God, we're praying for her. And the person who originally posted it was like, yes, she'll be okay. But and all the, like, it was all bot accounts and it was bots amplifying the bot accounts. I was like, what's the point of this? And now I realize it's white supremacists trying to get you to think that they're good guys so you'll join. You know, I wasn't really a big fan of the Ku Klux Klan. I wasn't going to join a white supremacist organization, but then I saw them clearing brush in a flood zone, and I thought, they're fine. You know. These people, I mean, the media has completely lost it. It's remarkable. Redbird with $1 says nothing scares these people more than white Americans organizing and looking after each other, while the government made it illegal to bring Starlink in to try and stop information getting out. Not only that, but they also, people would take their private helicopters to go to drop supplies off for people, and the government threatened to arrest them, said, you have to stop. They made them stop. Rob says, wait, who fucking told them? Which one of you motherfuckers told them? Yeah, who told you that the white supremacists were there just to make everybody else look bad? I would say that if you're in a position where the white supremacists can make you look bad, you're fucking up. Redbird with $1 says they were bringing insulin on by mule train because it was so destroyed they couldn't bring helicopters in. Redbird with another $1 says they did just the biggest lithium deposits in North America this month under the area that was destroyed, that the government has been everything they can to not help to force people to leave. Oh, shit. There was lithium there. Who would have thought? Skousko says, what was that train line accident that leaked all that toxic shit and the government did nothing again? That was East Palestine, Ohio. Basically, if anything bad ever happens in a place called Palestine, we're never going to do anything for those people. Rest assured. All right, guys, this sucks, but we're officially behind. We made it a long time today. We really did. I really want to finish off this. I want to put this streak to bed. So let's be generous. Great show today. I appreciate you. Numbers are shit, but that's okay. They'll bounce back. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. We're 120 away. I'd like to at least be able to do a rally segment today. If we're under 100, we do the rally segment. If not, it's not worth embarrassing myself. But I appreciate you guys very much. Let's do it. Let's rally up. Come on, whatever you got in you, throw a little something at the toe if you can. 120 is doable. I really want to break this streak and see if maybe this fixes things. Please and thank you. I would appreciate it. Paula, could you bless our show, please? Thank you very much. I appreciate that. All right. Apparently, Zambians are giving each other AIDS now because America stopped giving them money. The media is saying that the reason AIDS is expanding in Africa again is because we stopped doing USAID, and now people are just fucking willy-nilly and giving everybody AIDS. This is the latest thing they're going with. AIDS creep back in parts of Zambia a year after U.S. cuts HIV assistance. Now, USAID was something that the CIA was using to kind of manipulate other governments and wield American soft power around the world. One of those things we did was AIDS prevention programs in Africa. Our tax money was going towards that. And we decided, well, I mean, it's been decades. We've been telling Africa not to butt fuck their best friend and then not shower and go fuck their wife. Somebody's going to get sick. So we thought that maybe that would help. Apparently, the only thing stopping Zambians from just giving AIDS to each other was money. I had no idea. A once robust HIV treatment and prevention system, credited with saving hundreds of thousands of lives, has began to crumble. During President Trump's first month in office, this is from the New York Times, his administration upended much of the flagship global HIV programs that had saved the lives of hundreds of thousands of people in Zambia. The Zambian government went into emergency mode, desperate to ensure that people with the virus could continue to receive life-saving medications. But other crucial aspects of the program had to be scrapped. Interventions that had helped to stop the spread of the virus and protect the most vulnerable people. Well, I'm sorry. We can't in perpetuity and forever give you guys money to stop giving each other AIDS. At some point, we got to look out for number one. And I don't really know. I don't think it's America's job to tell Zambia not to dirty dick each other until they all rot away to nothing and die. I really don't understand how that's our responsibility in the first place. Nice job, Marco Rubio. Look, Marco Rubio is a war criminal. He's a lot of bad things. But cutting funding for Zambia can prevent AIDS on their own. They just have to want to. We know how AIDS is spread. We know how you get it. Don't do the things that cause you to get AIDS. You don't need millions of dollars a year from the American government to kind of learn that lesson. But yet, here we are, being blamed once again because we wanted to cut American foreign aid. And now apparently we've given everyone AIDS. Everyone has AIDS. Anna Matati says, "Oh, what's up, Doc? One of my ears is a-glowing. Thank you very much for the $2. I appreciate that." Sloppy Slop with $5 says, "Smoke my pole. Thank you very much." Hey, we're behind, but we're 115 away from today's goal. Do you guys think you could $5 this at a time? Gift memberships and stuff and get us to knock this goal out today and save us from this 2-week slump we've been on. I'm so desperate to end this 2-week slump that I gave Johnny the day off to see if it would work. So please and thank you. Let's see if we can knock this thing out. This next story, look, Zambia giving each other AIDS because they're not getting American tax dollars is one thing. But did you know that nobody in America wants to see a Pussycat Dolls reunion tour? It broke my heart to hear this. The Pussycat Dolls are scrapping their United States reunion tour amid low ticket sales. Now, the Pussycat Dolls are what, 50? I'm sorry, but nobody wants to watch a menopausal broad talk about you loosening up her buttons. They're almost grandparents at this point. Nobody wants to see their grandparents go, "Don't you wish your girlfriend was hot like me?" No, none of us wish that. Go away. You're not sweating from dancing on stage. You're getting hot flashes. The Pussycat Dolls, their whole gimmick was, "Hey, boys, whack off to our music." That was their whole thing. Their whole thing was, we're going to make sexy sex music. Well, look, when they were all fucking high and tight, 27, 28, 29-year-olds, that was very popular. That was very in. And let's be honest, even when it was like Pussycat Dolls Day, they were still kind of a second-level attraction. The Pussycat Dolls was never the group that was going on a worldwide mega tour that they headlined. They might be the feature act for a global, Britney Spears goes on tour, she might bring the Pussycat Dolls with them. But by the time Katy Perry and Miley Cyrus rolled around, the one got the job on America's Got Talent or whatever, and the rest of them just kind of fucked off into the ether. So I don't know why they thought it would be a good idea to do a Pussycat Dolls Forever tour. Look, they're all very pretty. Don't get me wrong. They all look great. But they look great for their age. Those are your husband's titties now. Those aren't the world's titties. We're not going on tour in stadiums and, showing a little puss lip on stage when we do a leg dance. You guys are going to break a hip going out there. So this is they're doing you a favor by not buying tickets and canceling the tour. Look, it's embarrassing. Look, I can't hit goals Monday through Wednesday. I understand. I get it. All right. But when the economy's in the shitter and times are tough, I don't think a Pussycat Dolls concert is really an expendable income choice that people are willing to make. Again, nobody listened to the Pussycat Dolls because they're like, wow, these girls could really sing. They wanted to see Nicole Scherzinger's ass cheeks, and they wanted to hear him, do you want to loosen up my buttons? Oh my God, yes I do. This song fucks. Again, Nicole Scherzinger, she's probably what, 45? Which is fine. Nothing wrong with being 45. Plenty of hot women at 45 years old. I'm just saying, I don't think your audience, which is also 45 and 50 now, they're not into that kind of music anymore. It's like, all right, she's 47 years old. And again, she's beautiful. All right? Nicole Scherzinger is gorgeous. But who wants to see a 47-year-old go up on stage and shake her ass? I don't think people do. That's all. So the Pussycat Dolls are canceling their concert, and that's a hit to the ego because of low ticket sales. Feel bad for them. Anna Matati says, did you get the black baby out of the gutter yet? No, I'm going to do that after the show today. I might do the gym. I might go to the gym, and then I'll get the black baby out. Veldrain with $1 says, don't you wish your girlfriend had hot flashes like me? That's good. I like that one. Rabbi Smoothie says, menopause jokes will bring the money. Not so. We can't quite get there today. What is it, 110? Oh, God, we're 115 away? Ugh. Please and thank you, please and thank you, please and thank you. Let's knock it out. Call it a win for the toe. Night sweats for the win, says Reformed Rapscallion, right? Honky says, don't you wish your flushes were joy like me? That's the menopause talking. That's all that is. Those bitches be looking plastic, pussy cougars. Chips and Diff says, hey, some of us are 50 and want to see 50-year-old pussy lips. I'm not saying you don't want to see 50-year-old pussy lips, but I don't think you're paying top dollar to go to a concert to watch the 50-year-old pussy lips sing a song. All right? That's county fair shit at best. The Pussycat Dolls would kill on the state and county fair circuit at this point. And that's okay. Every entertainer goes through that era. It happens. Chips and Diff says, I'm sorry, we just did that one. Throw a couple memberships and dollars behind these. I would appreciate that. Grand Poobah needs a membership. What's that all about? He says at this stage, it would be better and cheaper to just go to a strip club and ask the DJ to play Pussycat Dolls songs. And look, Pussycat Dolls songs are still banger strip club songs. Not denying it whatsoever. I'm just saying nobody should be surprised that the Pussycat Dolls reunion show didn't work out. Mad Max Mardigan says, wait, people listen to the Pussycat Dolls? I thought they solely existed to give the U.S. military psychological warfare weapons, like the Spice Girls. No, people enjoyed the Pussycat Dolls. I remember when I was in college and I was hooking up with this girl and she would play Pussycat Dolls songs in the bedroom. She fucking loved the song Buttons. She liked Pussycat Dolls, and she liked Fergie, My Humps. She thought that shit was the best. The best. Main Vein with $20. Thank you very much, Main Vein.
Fuck? Let's fuck!
He says, get ready to beg today, Aaron. I just want to knock out this. We're 100 away. I want to knock out this last hundo. I want to finally notch a W on a Monday through Wednesday show and see what happens. I just, that's what I want to do. So, hey, get in there. Throw in those Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. You know, technically, it's been a long time since we've been close enough on a Monday through Wednesday for me to even worry about this, which is kind of wild. All right. And then we'll do this next Tuesday. We'll do it this way, too, if it works out today. If not, I'll bring Johnny back for Tuesdays, and it just didn't work. And then I'll just go, hey, maybe this will work itself out. I really don't have an answer after this. I got Today Works. We bring Oz on for Tuesdays and Thursdays, and Johnny does Monday and Wednesdays. That's my idea I have if Today Works. Michael Rappaport had another meltdown, this time about Joe Rogan. Michael Rappaport was not happy about the way that Joe Rogan talked about Jewish people going to Israel when they get arrested for pedophilia. I wish my only complaint I have is I wish Michael Rappaport would have recorded this as a video, because I love Michael Rappaport meltdowns. I think they're great. But Michael Rappaport was not happy about this Joe Rogan clip, and I think we played this yesterday on the show. Let's take a look at it.
America does that.
Yeah, we're like not the best people to handle stuff, and we're like still like we should handle it.
You know who else does that?
Who? Israel. Blame everything on Israel.
I'm not blaming everything.
I don't like that when people say, "Oh, blame everything on Israel," and it's like, well, no, just the stuff they're guilty of. Sorry, pull back a little bit. Then we won't. Then we'll get to blame Muslims again. It'll be fun.
Yeah,
they're a part of it.
It is amazing how many high-profile Jewish people they have an opinion about everything, but when it gets to this, like, yes, they just avoid that or come up with some random way to justify annihilating an entire city.
Yeah. It's just funny to me when Americans are like, "Hey, this other country's overstepping."
Yeah. We've been doing it for 20 years, but who's been cheering us on? Who gave us the intelligence that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction? Look, we're not mad at just Israel. We're saying, why do you think you're any better than us? You're just as big a pieces of shit as we are. We'll at least look ourselves in the mirror and go, wow, we've fucked up the last 20 years. And then we'll elect a guy who does it all over again, George Bush III. But like, you'll never see Israelis go, yeah, maybe we shouldn't have done all the fucked up shit we've done. And then people wouldn't hate us so much. Nope. Full speed ahead.
Yeah, we bombed Japan twice.
Yeah, we were pretty
hold
brutal.
on a second.
Afghanistan, Iraq.
Those fuckers had it really coming.
They were Jews.
Twice?
The second one was just going, hey, check this out, Russia.
Yeah.
I guess so.
But yeah, whatever.
Well, that was a long time ago.
That's true.
Everybody did that's dead. But based on today, oy vey.
Yeah.
It's a lot like Lebanon. Bro, what they're doing in Lebanon right now is crazy.
Well, they're looking for Hezbollah.
They got to look under rubble.
So that was the conversation on Rogan's show. Just a bunch of friends, including a Jewish guy, rapping about it. Well, Michael Rappaport was not a fan. He says, talking shit and gallows humor doesn't make you racist or hateful. I guarantee you Joe Rogan makes jokes about gays, blacks, Asians, Latinos, and everything else off camera. But big bad Joe Rogan only makes jokes about Jewish people on camera. Now, wait a minute. This is where I have to defend Joe Rogan a little bit. Joe Rogan seems to be in this unwinnable space where if he doesn't say anything to Theo Von when Theo Von gets really mad about what's going on in the Middle East, he's a shill. You know, he's a Zionist shill. Then Joe Rogan criticizes Israel, and now Michael Rappaport's like, you're an anti-Semite. You hate Jewish people. And it's like, oh, my God. It's enough to make me feel bad for Joe. He's totally comfortable doing it weekly on camera and has pigs like Tim Dillon join him doing it. Tim Dillon, that better be a fat joke because I don't think Tim Dillon's a pig. Only Jewish people. Why? Rogan? Didn't Rogan just get in a bunch of trouble? Didn't CNN try to cancel Rogan not too long ago because he said the N-word so many times? Again, it's okay to criticize Rogan sometimes, but sometimes you have to admit he's the big man on campus right now, and he's never going to be able to win no matter what. It's because the last form of acceptable hate, and one of the reasons it's still acceptable is because gays, blacks, Asians, Latins, and everyone else hasn't said anything about it. Oh, God, the first comment said, fuck you, Jew. Jesus. I mean, right for the throat, right off the bat. Damn, dog. Veldrain with $1 says the Pussycat Dolls should play in a small Wisconsin bar and have fun trying to convince the yokels that they are indeed not a cover band. Right. Like, the Pussycat Dolls still have a place in entertainment. They could still sell tickets. They could still do well. I just don't think they can do well in like a grand reunion tour that, like I said, county fairs, a few smaller state fairs, 2,000 seater. You know where they'd be great? The Waite Park Amphitheater. They could do amphitheaters. Here, Pussycat Dolls. casino circuit. The casino circuit would be perfect. Bigot on Socialist Media says, I'm in before the S Club 7 tour. All right, let's not. Now, calm the fuck down. All right, let's not compare the Pussycat Dolls to S Club 7. I think they had a little more stroke than S Club 7. Dead Game says, should have called it the Sympathy Tour. I mean, I don't think it matters what you called it. You know, people just don't want to pay hard-earned money to watch the Pussycat Dolls in any kind of numbers. That's all. Reformed Rapscallion says, I want to know who pulls Rogan's strings. CIA? Israel? You know, you take a lot of money from Spotify and you could argue they have editorial control over your show, but Rogan does have fuck you money. I just really don't think that Joe Rogan is as passionate as like a Theo Vaughn, and I don't think he reads stuff as much as like a Theo Vaughn or a Tim Dillon do. I really don't think Rogan has string pullers, and maybe that makes me naive. Charo's Guitar, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Appreciate that.
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck!
$10 or $20, excuse me, from Charo's Guitar, and we're only 80 away from today's goal. That was gay what I just did there. Hey, can you guys do $30 in 8 minutes? Can we get it to 50 by 10 o'clock? Can we break this 2-week streak? We're in the double digits now. I'm starting to get excited. I'm starting to get fired up. You see the links in the chat right there. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's do this. We can do it, guys. $80 away. A little bit at a time. You guys have got this. Hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. Let's open up our 8 o'clock hour stories, and while we do, let's talk about our friends at All Care Towing. Dave's running things at All Care, and Dave's been there for years, man, so things are going to be just as it was under Tim at All Care Towing. The same great service. You call them, they show up quicker than anybody else. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. For All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Midland Armory, downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. Whatever you need for home protection, carry, self-defense, hunting, or sport, Midland Armory has it for you. Check out their website, midlandarmory.com. They also handle the suppressor process from start to finish, midlandarmory.com. And if you need ammo, parts, gear, accessories, midlandarmory.com. Go see Greg and Stacy today at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, or visit them online and order from anywhere in the country. Somebody was asking me yesterday, they're like, hey, do they deliver to Florida? Yes, they deliver anywhere. Order today, midlandarmory.com. And Stoney's in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Of course, Stoney's Bar. The patio is open. Stoney's Garage is open. Bike night on Thursdays. That means summertime's here. And for our anniversary event this year, we're going to have a giant cornhole tournament, all-day karaoke, drink all day, hang out all day, absolutely free of charge. We've decided to not do the comedy show this year because everybody gets so fucking drunk and it just turns into a shit show. So this year, we're going to switch it up a little bit for the Steel Toe 12th anniversary party. We hope you guys join us. A bunch of us, Oz, Johnny, myself, will reach out to other Steel Toe people. It's going to be Saturday, August. Now, I believe it's the 8th this year. Not the Disney app. Get away from me, Disney. August 8th is when it's going to be. Stoney's in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Visit Stoney's today. All right, we got to do a couple of these before we leave today. Let's talk about our friends at 1775 Coffee. Still haven't tried 1775 Coffee? Now's your shot. The 1775 starter kit just dropped, only 1,000 units. You're getting the bold dark roast that hits hard, the smooth medium roast, and the Vitality Mushroom Coffee for clean energy and laser focus, no crash. All single origin, small batch, toxin-free, and mold-free. You're also getting a gold spoon clip, because freedom isn't scooped with plastic, a frother strong enough to stir up your coffee and your mother-in-law's opinions, and a black 1775 tumbler. $170 worth of coffee and gear, yours for $99. This is for the ones who've been watching 1775 blow up on Rumble, wondering if it's actually worth it. Spoiler, it is. Go to 1775coffee.com/studio and grab your starter kit before they're gone. Bold beans, clean fuel, and a morning routine that stands for something just like Rumble does. That's 1775coffee.com/studio. Thank you, 1775 Coffee. Thanks, guys. All right, let's see if we can knock out that last $80 and call it our first win for the toe in 2 weeks on a Monday through Wednesday. Did you hear about this fucking nut job who crashed into a bunch of people in Germany? A driver plowed into a group of pedestrians, killing numerous people. I don't know if we can play this on YouTube. This is after the accident. But some guy, I don't even think this was an Arab guy. I don't think this was a Muslim dude. It is kind of wild that in Europe, as soon as somebody crashes their car through a shitload of people, you go, fucking immigration again. And by the way, only doing that because statistically...
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck!
Hey, buddy, you always scare the shit out of me. It is usually how it works. 2 people were killed and others were injured when a car drove into a central pedestrian zone of the eastern German city of Leipzig. Mayor Burkhard Jung told journalists at the scene that police arrested the driver and said there was no further damage. 2 people have died. Leipzig police confirmed to Reuters that there were injuries from a driving car, but could not give details. 20 people were injured in the car ramming. The suspect was arrested by police, but they don't have any further details about him. Now, Not the B is trying to make the assumption that it's an Islamic guy. Now, is that the guy they arrested, or is that one of the injured on the ground? Because if that's the guy who did it, that looks like a lot more like Austin Theory than it does Mohammed. That's all. German driver attack. Boy, we still don't have... You know what, though? The fact that we still don't have an identity... A 33-year-old German citizen was detained. You kind of know how Europe covers these things up because Europe's very liberal. You know, they don't want to say Islamic. It's kind of like here with our mass shootings. They don't want to say Islamic or trans or anything like that because they're worried that people will freak the fuck out. But I will say that generally speaking, the longer it takes them to tell us a name, the more it's going to be a name that's going to make us go, no, fucking here we go again. So I'm not exactly sure. Darkness Rising says it could be a trans Arab. I don't know. Are there a lot of, I don't think there's a lot of trans Arabs out there. That would be, if you were going to put your money on that bet, I would say that you should get pretty good odds. You should get long shot odds on that one. All right, guys, $80 away from notching our first win in 2 weeks on a Monday through Wednesday morning show. I would really like to do that. This is really as close as we've gotten, though, in a while. Like I said, we've had perfect weeks. We've been doing great, but a lot of it's been Thursdays and evenings carrying us. I would like to break that slump. So if you want to gift some memberships, again, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, all of that, please and thank you. Let's get a win today. You know, when we're losing by like 200 at this time, I'm surprisingly calm and serene. When we're close, I hate losing my shit, but God, I really want to win. So please and thank you. Did you know that the lawyer who's defending the man who killed Irina Zarutska is running for Congress? Now, you got people going like, oh, this piece of shit. Oh, I can't believe he's running for Congress and blah, blah. Look. He's an attorney, man. These people, no matter what this guy did to Irina Zarutska, and he is a piece of shit, and he is terrible, he does deserve an attorney. He does deserve a defense. That's how our system works. And I don't think this attorney who's just taking a high-profile case because it's good for his career, I don't think you should be like, oh, this guy should never be allowed to be a congressman. This guy shouldn't be allowed to run for office. It's like, this is what attorneys do. Lawyers do this. If you think that this is so detestable that you want to ban all lawyers from being politicians, bro, let's talk. I mean, we can talk about that. That would be great. But You can't be like, I mean, defending the guy who killed Irina Zarutska does not mean that you condone. I mean, that would be silly to think that you condone what the guy did. Now, it is interesting to point out he is a Democrat. So he is going to be running as a Democrat. Josh Kendrick, the federal defense attorney representing suspect DeCarlos DeJuan Brown Jr., is running for the House of Representatives in South Carolina's Democratic primary, which will be held on June 9th. I don't know. I don't think the guy's going to make it out of the primary. Running for office, though, is kind of one of those natural progressions after you're an attorney. You either become a high-powered, like, defense attorney at some big firm, or you start running for office, or you try to become a judge. One of the three. And again, I bet you this isn't the first complete scumbag that this guy has defended. I don't put him in office because you don't trust attorneys. Don't put him in office because you think that he's, going to be another crooked politician. But the Irina Zarutska thing, that's probably one of the lesser fucked up things a lot of these politicians has ever done, unfortunately. Marble Arm says that is fucked up, though. Yeah, no, I don't disagree with you. It's a bad look. Like, I understand how it looks to other people, but also if defending pieces of shit were going to stop people from becoming politicians, you would have no politicians, or you would have no lawyers as politicians. And again, if that's the road you want to go down, that you want to get to, let's make that a thing. I'm totally in. But, I don't think you can disqualify him for that when other people have done way, way worse. All right, guys, $80 away from a win for the toe. I just did something for you. There was a Trump-Iran story. We talked about that enough earlier today. I think it really killed our numbers. It killed our audience size today, which sucks. Still over 500 right now. We got about 20 minutes before we got to try and rally. I want to knock out this $80. Do it like the evening show does. And let's not even do a rally segment today. It's been a long time since we've been able to feel a win in the morning, and I don't want to really beg for it. That would fucking take some sting out of it. So please and thank you. If you feel like we've done a good show today, parting with $5 ain't the worst thing in the world. Gifting a membership on YouTube or Rumble ain't the worst thing in the world. Let's end this thing. Let's end this dry spell that we've been on. Wild card with a gifted membership on YouTube. Thank you so much for doing that. $75 away from today. Let's just get to a place where I feel like we can win. I feel like I've given you everything I've had, because I know that 2 weeks is in the back of my mind. We got no Johnny today. I want, it's not because Johnny's not here. It's because I'm out of fucking answers if we can't get a Monday through Wednesday win. And at least the Johnny thing could, maybe it's overexposure, and that would explain a lot. I hope today's show has been good. I feel like I could have done better today, though. I do. I feel like we got caught up on some things. But the donations were coming in, and I was following the audience. I was letting them kind of dictate the show, and that's why you shouldn't do that. I always tell streamers like, oh, but my chat is like this. Your chat is less than 20% of your audience. It's a small minority. So sometimes if you get chat cancer and you let them run the show, you're at the end of the show, you're going to be like, what happened? I felt like I was doing really well. Yeah, but when you play to the chat, it's going to kill your numbers and kind of kill your performance in a way too. So let's just finish it up. Call it a win for the toe. Please and thanks. Hey, Justin Baldoni and Blake Lively ended that lawsuit that they had. They were about to go to trial on this whole thing, and this has been a mess for a while now. So they worked together on a movie, and really, Blake Lively's a piece of shit. I don't have any other way to say it. Blake Lively was exposed in this whole lawsuit as just an absolute selfish asshole. And the thing is, her being a selfish asshole, she also dragged other people into her bullshit. So she got Taylor Swift to speak out on her behalf. Her husband, Ryan Reynolds, was defending his wife, endlessly during this whole thing. And it was exposed later on that she was lying about the way she was treated on the set. She was just worried that the movie would bomb, so she wanted to distance herself from it. Then when it did bomb, she didn't want it to hurt her career, so she started blaming this Justin Baldoni, saying it was his fault. Then said he would like harass her and call her at all hours of the night, when in reality, she was texting him and she was talking to him, and this was not a once. She painted him out to be a creep and like a harasser, and it was really shitty of her. And then all these celebrities speak out on her behalf, until we find out she's full of shit. And so now this Justin Baldoni's been trying to get a little bit of his reputation back, and it turns out they did settle. Now, we're probably not going to hear what's in the settlement. Usually when these big deals get done, one of the conditions is nobody can talk about it. Justin Baldoni and Blake Lively have finally ended their legal war. Sources say that Justin and Blake have agreed to a settlement. The movie was It Ends With Us. But the whole thing just turned into a fucking disaster. The statement says, we acknowledge the process presented challenges and recognize concerns raised by Miss Lively deserve to be heard. We remain firmly committed to workplaces free of improprieties and unproductive environments. Okay, but her accusations were this Baldoni, like it was almost like a Me Too thing, like he was harassing her. And that's just, you look at the texts and everything that Baldoni provided, that's just not the way it was. It ends with, it is our sincere hope that this brings closure and allows all involved to move forward constructively and in peace, including a respectful environment online. Well, I mean, honestly, shit in one hand, wish in the other if you're looking for a nice time online. Her reputation is in the shithouse. I mean, she's kind of been exposed throughout this whole thing. Lively claims that she lost $161 million as a result of what she said was a smear campaign engineered by Baldoni and Company. It appears no money is changing hands in this settlement. So that's kind of a win for him, although they both probably spent a fortune on lawyers during this whole thing. This is a last-minute move before the trial was supposed to begin, just 2 weeks from now, and most legal experts say there would have been no winners. Both Justin and Blake would have been raked over the coals. I mean, more so than they already have. So I'm glad they could come to a settlement and that this didn't have to go to trial. It just would have been a disaster. It would have been a vehicle stuck in the mud gassing it. Mud would have been flung everywhere, and ultimately you wouldn't have gotten anywhere. Renee Leering Center on YouTube says Blake was the toxic one. She was, though. Like, Blake kind of was the problem in this whole deal. Making shit up, creating drama out of thin air. I know, right? Who would have thought? And, like, it got to a point where even Ryan Reynolds, her own husband, was like, look, I've got a career that's going really, really well. I got these Deadpool movies. I can't be dragged into this shit. And it sounds like you kind of made your bed here a little bit. And she did. But they got it done. It's all over. They can both move on with their lives and go back to making really shitty movies. All right. $75 away from a win today. Please and thank you. Speaking of useless lawsuits, I don't know if this Shuli is just terrified that this Stuttering John moving on and not doing podcasting anymore is going to hurt his bottom line, but he's come up with some real Jew shit I saw on Twitter yesterday. He's got another GoFundMe because now he wants to sue John. Now, John sued him first. So now he doesn't want to be the defendant, and he's worried about this lawsuit. So now he's got another. Him and Carl already had one GoFundMe. I just want to let you know I paid all my fucking legal bills with the money you guys donate to me. The money I pay myself from the money you donate to me, I paid my own fucking legal bills. So you shouldn't be giving these guys GoFundMe money. This is a fucking grift. But anyway, like Stuttering John, I guess, struck their channels for using his content, which is allowed. YouTube decided these things were strikes, so YouTube wouldn't let them stream from their channel now for a while. So he says, well, I'm gonna sue John Melendez for striking me. Motherfucker, you can't sue John for striking you. I mean, you can, and you can cost each other shitloads of money, which your audience will give you because they're fucking dumb and obsessed with some guy from the Stern Show 40 years ago. But, like, you have to sue YouTube. Like, YouTube is the one that's giving you the strikes. John's just reporting it. YouTube is the one that agrees with him and says, yeah, that's true. You guys are fucking up. You got to go. But no, they're going to do the performance thing, and they know their audience is retarded and will believe everything they say. So they're going to pony up the dough, and then they'll run this lawsuit until the other people's money runs out, and then they'll drop it. That's what'll happen. Dead Game says that's the Jewiest Jew thing all day. Dude, it really is not doing well for the stereotypes. Shuli should be ashamed of himself, but he's got such a brain-dead fucking audience and a brain-dead fucking crew that can't do anything without his paycheck. They'll all just go, Aaron bad. I mean, I'm just telling you the truth. It's fucking pathetic. Have some balls, sue YouTube if you really think that that's what you should do. But grifting off your audience and acting like you're fighting for your rights, it's fucking disgusting. It really is. But again, that audience is never going to call him out. They're really, really dumb. You know what? I thought numero uno Josh Denny fan would love this story if he's hanging out at all today. On Rogan yesterday. Oh, you know what? Numero uno is the one who posted this. So he did. Joe Rogan and the boys were doing a show, and the topic of Whitney Cummings buying views on her podcast came up. Now, I said this to Alex Stein, and Alex got really mad at me. Like, Alex was like, fuck you, Aaron, you're fucking lying. You're full of shit. And I'm like, I'm really not. But, like, I don't know how to buy views. I never would buy views. It doesn't make any fucking sense. It doesn't help you. Like, for example, Rumble. You try to do Rumble reads, and you have botted views, and that company doesn't see the return on the viewership because it's botted, they won't work with your channel again. You know, there are some botting channels where YouTube will strike you for it. So, I mean, they're not going to strike you if somebody else bots your channel, but if you do it and they catch you, you can get in a lot of trouble for that. So I never understood botting views. It was just a way to jack yourself off and like trick yourself into thinking you were bigger than you actually were. I don't get it. But a lot of people have accused Whitney Cummings of buying views because she has a high view count and a low comment count. Now, that doesn't always mean you're buying views. Sometimes people, I watch documentaries and shit that have a lot of views and not very many comments because people are there to just turn it on and set their phone away and forget it and listen to it. But this is the Rogan people talking about Whitney Cummings and the accusation that she's buying views. Now, me personally, I don't give a fuck. It doesn't add inches to my dick if she's buying views or not. I don't care. The only person who really knows is her and the bot farm she might be buying views from.
YouTube as well, or you have to take it down? Hey, that's very.
How many views did it have on YouTube?
Millions.
8 million.
Nice. 8 million. It should have been 6.
Nice.
That would have been great.
There we go. Right back to the Jew shit, Mark Normand.
At the Creek is like 50
53.
now.
That's insane.
Yeah, there's a Indian guy that broke the record in a week.
Wow.
Oh, is
Yeah,
that
there's an
right?
Indian comic put it up, and somebody sent it to me, and they're like, he broke your record in a week.
Damn.
55
Is it
million
in
a week.
Indian? Is it in Hindu?
Yeah.
Is it the
One of
Cannons
the
guy?
50 languages.
Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah,
Is it the Cannons guy?
So there's billions of them.
But how do you know? This is a thing with views these days, though. There's companies that will jack your views up.
Yeah, but that's,
Sure, you got to pay for that.
Yeah, but
know
you
the
could pay
difference.
for it, but you could get millions of views that way.
You can see the difference in, like, we always do this when we talk shit about people who do
Engagement?
it. Yeah, they're like 5 million views, 30 comments.
Right, right.
Something's up, bro. What's that about?
Right.
And what is a view? How much of you do you have to watch for a view to count?
I think it's
That's
just
a
a
good
click and click
question.
off counts as a view.
Yeah, I'm not sure. But I don't know if they were necessary. I think that's numero uno projecting a little. I don't know if they were necessarily talking about Whitney on that one. Also, like a lot of our protest streams, because they were live stream deals, a lot of those have hundreds of thousands of views and they don't have a lot of comments. And I know for a fact, because I was the one running the thing, that they're not botted. So sometimes, sometimes there is a reason for that. But I don't know. Is Whitney buying views? If she is, she's retarded because, again, it doesn't pay you any extra money. It's just, you're maybe tricking your audience, but I don't know if they really care. I don't know if they really care. Wow. Felicia Gillespie with $1, something about women in abusive relationships. I've never abused a woman, so that's nice. Funding for abusive women that you use to file your HROs? Doesn't cost anything to file an HRO. I'm sorry. It costs to go through the appeals process, which I was prepared for. I'm sorry, Felicia Gillespie. I'm sorry that the people you like lied to you. I'm sorry that the people you like ended up in way more trouble than you thought they would. You can hate me more for that, or you can just admit that you were wrong and the toe was right, even though I think that probably makes you fucking sick. I get it. Or you can wait like 15 minutes and looks like we're probably going to lose again. It looks like we're going to lose again. We're $75 away. We got 15 minutes left. I don't know if we can do $75 in a rally. Could you guys do what you can to help us out? I would appreciate it. I want to break this slump that we've been on Monday through Wednesday. We're $100 behind from yesterday. I think we can probably hit that throughout the week. I just want to see one of these Monday through Wednesday shows notch a W. So Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Here's a guy in Pennsylvania who's running for Senate who can't stop threatening to kill the president. This guy just can't keep his shit together, dude. He's actually been arrested for it. A Pennsylvania man running for Senate in 2028 who branded himself online as a nice, wholesome guy who wears suspenders has been arrested for calling for the assassination of President Trump. Raymond Chandler, who also I heard paid a ne'er-do-well guy who lives in a shed a bunch of money to fuck a trans person, this Raymond Chandler, is accused of sending the following voicemail to a member of Congress. Oh, no. Oh, no. He sent You sent a voicemail, you retard? That's even dumber than a tweet. All right. You can delete a tweet. Once you send a voicemail, you've sent the voicemail. All right. This is, get ready. This is Raymond Chandler, who wants to be a senator in Pennsylvania.
If this is enough for me, and by all measures, this
Look at the banner in the background there that says, be kind. Let's remember that.
is more than what so many have. Why is $100 million not enough for somebody else? Why do they need billions? Why do they keep hoarding it all for themselves? Aren't they happy? While many people spend their time thinking, screw you, I got mine. I'm sitting here thinking, I got mine. Why the hell doesn't everyone else have theirs? Well, I'm tired of waiting. I'm going to get you back your share. I'm going to hunt.
I think it is fair to ask the question, like, billionaires hoarding money, it is destructive to the economy and it's destructive to the middle class. It doesn't just happen in a vacuum. That is a fair point, and it doesn't make you a communist to make that point.
Sit down, and I'm going to bring it back to you like a bloodhound fetches a pheasant.
Whoa.
I shall lay it at your feet.
Wow.
Because where I'm from hasn't changed.
I hear where you come from, it's cornbread and chicken.
In my youth, while going through my struggle, I had
your comp, if you will,
the great honor of being adopted by a black family.
Yeah. Didn't help.
How'd you spend your weekends?
This is the type of shit we do, roll up on niggas at the goddamn barbershop.
I was adopted by a black family. I thought they were known for being masculine and not raising gays.
To be loved by a black mother and to grow in friendship with a man I love like a brother. I love you, Joe, Bob, Choicey, Aunt Rosie, and Miss Linda. I do this for you. I do this for my birth family, for Ashley and for Ian, for my parents. I do this for you. For my
Jews
godson,
be
my
Jewing, niggas be niggaing.
For you, for Johnny, Erika, and
Johnny.
Ariana. I do this for you, and for every single family in Pennsylvania who is struggling, who has been left behind.
Homeboy, you look
I'm
Amish.
coming back for you. I do this for you.
Oh man.
My name is Raymond. I am a Quaker, a Christian,
You're a
Buddhist, and a follower of the way of Hermes. And
You can't have herpes, Buddhism, and Christianity. You got to pick one, bro. Oh man, he's just too spiritual.
Well, why you do it then, baby Billy? Well, because I'm selfless.
So wait a minute. This same guy was like, I'm going to fucking kill you to President Trump. Oh my.
I come as a sword. Follow me. Let's go take back what is ours. Thank you. God bless. To good spirit and good fortune. Take care.
He reminds me of the dicks from Letterkenny. I'd like to run for Senate once. Oh, this fucking creep. Thank you very much to Mark Robinson for $20 over on YouTube. Thank you, buddy.
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck!
All right, that gets us down to 60. Maybe we've got a chance today. God, I just want to break this fucking streak that we've been on. Toad climbs mountains with $1, says bloodhounds don't fetch birds. Yeah, you tell him. You tell him. The Q people talk about Ray Chandler sometimes, only it's a girl, not this guy. Oh, shit. Well, guess what? He's fucked because he sent he sent a voicemail to a member of Congress threatening to kill the president of the United States. Bravo. Bravo. Guys, we're $60 away from a win today. Please knock this out for us and get us the last win, the first win on a Monday through Wednesday that we've had in 2 weeks. Adam Simon says, yes, where he comes from, a lot of back porch sitting. Glad somebody got it. $5 from Melissa says, I finally have some money to send that isn't my husband's. Here's $5 towards your goal. Wow. Thank you so much for being so generous with our program. 55 away from a win today. Thank you, guys. $55 from Notch and that W. $1 from Trucker 18 Wheeler says, didn't think the blacks adopted kids. They get rid of them. I mean, it does seem a little, his story is unique, to say the least. At least he's got a unique story, right? All right, guys, $55 away. Do you think we can do it today? Do you think we can knock out a $55 goal in a Rumble segment? I think we can. I think we can do this thing. Let's bang it out and call it a win for the toe. One thing I do want to shout out before we get this thing going, the Timberwolves up 1-0. We won in San Antonio. We now have home court advantage. All we've got to do is win every game at home, and the Timberwolves are going to the Western Conference Final for the third year in a row. Awesome. Great work. Anthony Edwards was back for game one. He was on a little bit of limited action, limited minutes, but he was back from his injury for game one. Guys, we might be unstoppable if the Ant-Man gets to 100%. All right, let's fire up the music. $55 away. Guys, let's prove we can still do this thing. Rally up for the toe. All right. We got $1 coming in from Felicia. Oh, they're really, really mad about the HRO thing. Oh, God. Again, Felicia, I'm sorry. You'll have to take it up. I'm sorry you were lied to. I'm sorry you were lied to, and I'm sorry you're so invested. I can't help you. Let's do it. Thank you, Felicia, for starting us off. $55 away from notching a win and breaking a 2-week Monday through Wednesday streak. We have not won on a Monday through Wednesday in 2 weeks, and I hope we can knock it out today. Gift those memberships. If we just get 2 people dropping 5 membership gifts on Rumble, we've got this thing. Let's see if we can do it. Come on, guys. Pick us up. We got right there. We got right to $55. That's something we should be able to knock out. Please and thank you. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Come on now. Somebody somewhere help out the toe to get that monkey off our back. It would be huge. Oh, the light. Uh-oh, that's not a good sign. There we go. There's the light. Let's knock this thing out. Let's go. Where are you guys? Guys, $5 at a time. Let's just everybody chip in. Don't wait for somebody else. Let's get this win and get this fucking stressor off my back that's been here the last few weeks. Said, man, don't hold. Just don't hold, dude. I feel shitty that we had to try this without Johnny today as it is. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's go. Let's bang it out. Let's do this thing. Let's not add to that $100 shortage. It's not sustainable for the evening show to rescue us all the time. They got like half the audience we do. Let's go. Come on now, $55 away. Fuck. Everyone donate $1, says Dorkness Rising. Well, everybody do something, because otherwise I just sit here babbling, and either it's too much or it's not enough. I hate this part of the show. Zen Man with a gifted membership. Let's go! $50 away. 10 gifted memberships on Rumble. Chad Boozma got that gifted membership. $50, guys. Let's go. We're running out of time. Come on now. $50 from our first win in 2 weeks on a Monday through Wednesday show. All right. Let's go. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. All right. First song just about up. Come on. $50 away. All right. Let's apparently YouTube is watching Erica mighty close. They've been taking down a lot of our Erica videos. So for our last begging rally song, let's do the Hulk Hogan 8-bit, because they don't want us doing Erica anymore. Guys, please and thank you. $50. We got to be able to knock these out. These rallies have to work. Otherwise, there's really no point in doing them. $50 away. Somebody come up big. 5, 10. Let's start to get. Let's get there, guys. Or we can miss again. All right, fine. Fuck you. I'll risk my channel. Someone says no, Erica, no donate. You're not going to donate anyway. Stop pretending you're going to. But all right, let's give it a shot. Let's fire it up. Here you go. Let's see if we can win $50. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Yeah, it's... I'll be honest with you, I don't have any answers after today. Monday through Wednesday is fucked. And that's not good. Giving Johnny a day off was the idea that I had. Nomo with $1. Thank you very much. Guys, let's go. Do what you can. $50 away. What, we came into this rally, $60 away? Honest to God, if the morning show can't hit $60 rallies, I joke about it, but that's a problem. 2 minutes left, $50 away. Stam Show says it was a better show today. It doesn't matter if the shows don't hit the goal. It doesn't mean it was a better show. Money talks. $50. $50 away. Our 2-week streak continues. Immortal says cop sirens should be changed to this theme song nationwide. All right, $10 from Main Vein. Come on, let's fucking go. Enough of this bullshit. I'm Karmic X-Maxing. $40 away. Come on, guys. Be there for me. Be there for the toe. Knock this last $40 out. I'm tired of losing Monday through Wednesday. I'm tired of thinking it's a fucking Johnny problem. It makes me feel like shit. The Oz ones are knocked out effortlessly. Evenings, effortless. Thank you, Main Vein, for the $10. $40 away. We're going to lose again.
Be very quiet.
Zen Man with $10. $30 away. Come on, 2 $20 drops and we win. Come on. $30 away. Do it. Zen Man with $10 says, since I don't have to put premium in the Porsche anymore, I can pony up some more dough. Come on. 30 bucks away from a W. 20 seconds left. We're going to fucking lose again, guys. Come on. 30 bucks away. The losing streak Monday through Wednesday continues. We'll bring Johnny back tomorrow because I'm out of answers on this one. Shit. Well, thanks, guys. I appreciate all the support today. I wish I wouldn't have done a rally segment. Now I feel gross because you got the begging and the shit. I like it so much better when we just don't do that and I just take the L and we figure it out. Chad Buzmak says, time to cancel the morning shows. I mean, Thursday does great. You give Oz an extra day. You know, maybe you do something like that. Well, you know what? Let's not do this on the air. Let's not pout and whine on the air. 30 bucks away. Throw in 30 bucks on Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats after the show or something. Let's get a fucking win. I'm tired of these morning L's. Johnny will be back tomorrow. We'll lose again. I'll see you guys later. No, I can't leave. I'm sorry. it's just frustrating. You know, we're hitting the perfect weeks. We're making all the money throughout the week, but just watching these, Friday does great as well. Evening shows do great, but, I'm out, I'll be honest. I really did think that giving Johnny a day off would work because a lot of you bitch about Johnny and then you bitch about Johnny and I take him away and there's no, we still take the L. So I don't think it's Johnny. I really don't. Take it easy, guys. Thank you very much. We missed by 30. Don't worry. I think the evening show audience will pick it up. Have a great rest of your day. I'm sorry I was such a punk-ass fucking faggot bitch at the end. It's just frustrating. If you're a hater, I'm sure this will be great for your clips. I'm sure you'll absolutely fucking love it.